If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I took a few notes from Kevin Lindsay, and we are here and happy to be here. Madison with the T is back. Jimmy's here as always. I'm here as always. Good morning to you, and good morning to you, Jimmy.
Good morning, by the way, Phone Master Dre. Kevin Lindsay did send us his notes.
Yep.
You saw those? Those were pretty good. Aftercare maintenance. You know, we gotta kind of talk about that. There's a lot of problems people have on the road, and a lot of it comes from like not checking their lights. I mean, it's that simple. Got to check them lights, folks. Leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up on YouTube. Make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live on Live 365 or be radical at RadioNemo.com. By the way, you can ponder all of this afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bozo overruler, Dr. Philostratus, because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. That's just ridiculous. All broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas house. Haven't seen the ghost of Edgar recently, but we know he's alive and well and floating around. There is life in the pond, by the way. Phone Master Dre, there is life in the pond. The water bubbles. There are things crawling in the water. That's a good thing, by the way. It means the doggies can drink when they come by. It was quiet yesterday.
It was.
Oh,
I want to
man.
add fish to it, man.
Well, you know, here's the thing. When you have a school right next door to you,
yeah.
and that school is off.
Oh, yeah.
It was, I walked outside.
Man, just coming in and able to go outside and just not have the stress of being like, oh, should I be doing something else because school's going on? No, man. It's Labor Day and people are able to enjoy it, and we enjoyed our day.
Couple of joggers, a couple of people waiting on the buses leisurely under the oaks here on Esplanade Avenue. I got to tell you, being this close to a school, does it ever fill you with, like, school anxiety?
Yes. Oh, yeah, 100%. I still have... I guess, I don't know if you would clarify them as nightmares to the fact that...
You're back in high school?
Yes, I'm back in high school. I have reoccurring dreams of high school that I'm late for a certain class.
I used to have them. Now I have high school dreams that really leave me disappointed because I'm like, oh, I'm back in high school. I can make everything okay. I can turn it around.
I think that's something that I've been needing to talk about with a therapist. So if we have a therapist that's coming on one day, I need to bring that up.
Well, it's funny because there's been a couple of times where I've been back in high school, and then I become aware of the fact that I'm back in high school, and I get really excited, and then I become aware of the fact that I'm dreaming that I'm back in high school. And I'm no longer excited, by the way. I did mention this is the Fastport Studios. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They're doing it through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Let's make a living. And let's use that living to get a life, by the way, because as you know, in the second part of this show, our good friend Lindsay Lawler will jump in to be the co-pilot of Road Gang Radio. In just a moment, Mike Roth of NACFE will be talking the messy middle and giving us the facts from Penske. Kevin Lindsay, by the way, who we're talking about, reminds you that maintenance matters. That'll be at 7:30. Rees will give their weekly trucking tribute immediately after that. And right before we get a life, Highway to Health is going to clear up your thinking by clearing up your digestion with Dr. Julie Gatza. It's only been later in life, maybe the last 5 years, where I've become how aware, Phone Master Dre, that eating the wrong thing can just futz up your brain chemistry,
Just
man.
rock it.
Just be like...
Sluggish.
I know, and then like you have some fish and some nuts, and you're like, hey, man,
Da-da-da-da.
what's going on?
Yeah.
Good to see you. I'm very excited. I know LSU fans are very excited, by the way. Very excited. I know you're excited. Still excited.
Oh,
still
I'm
excited.
Still 100% excited. But I'm also excited about you bringing up the fish and everything in that talk, because don't we have a highway to health at some point kind of in the near future where she talks about that?
I think it's today.
Is that today?
It's Dr. Julie Gatza.
Oh.
Clearing up your brain cloud. You see, you were brain clouded. You didn't realize I already said it.
You see what I did there?
I know. I like that very much. It's back. Dr. Julie Gatza is back. Going to get that brain cloud cleared up by getting you on the right digestive track. Yeah. You like that? Okay. So it's going to be great. In regards to Dr. Julie Gatz is going to be here. And despite Labor Day being over, baseball and barbecue are not quite yet done. Len Aberman and Jeff Cohen are going to talk about their podcast that loves the diamond and the grill. And that, of course, is the Baseball and Barbecue podcast, which means Lindsay will be getting here at 9:30 because that's a recorded. It's fresh content. It's the first time you're hearing it, but it's been recorded. Lucas Meeks is a front-of-the-house audio engineer. He's a production manager. He's a consultant, and this is really cool. He's a licensed pilot, and we'll be digging in with him at 10 in the center. And then finally, Lindsay, as always, has got a whole lot of info and a whole lot of Lawler in her country and music western news. And don't forget, when all of it is all over with, it's immediately followed by the greatest pre-produced transportation show in the known universe, Trucking with Oida. Here's what's going on over there. If you've ever been or even thought about customizing your truck, you're likely aware of the Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks, which means you're also aware of Brian Bossman Martin and the outstanding work he and his team do. Brian is joining our friends Ashley and Scott in an encore presentation to discuss his career, the upcoming Guilty by Association truck show in Joplin, Missouri, and more. 615-292-6366.
615-292-Nemo.
And we actually have somebody that's dropped in on the line, have we not?
Oh, yes. I'm just going to let us both figure it out together. Who are you? Who sent you?
We like chowder.
Hey, good morning. It's Mike Roth from National.
Mike Roth, you just dropped him in. Why'd you drop him in so early? Why did you do that to me?
Well, I thought it was now, and I don't know. If you want me to wait, I can wait.
I don't
Let
want
me
you
do
to
my
wait.
job, Mike. I will call you. But no, you're here, and we appreciate you being an overachiever.
No, Mike, let me get through the pledge and national anthem. We'll do that right now. We'll come back and we'll give you a full 20 minutes to breathe into the segment. It's good to. How was your Labor Day weekend? Real quick before we hit this break.
Oh, it was really nice. Weather here in Indiana was gorgeous, and so watched some baseball, did some barbecue, just like you guys are talking about, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, Mike, I got a chance to go take my nephews to see the Fantastic Four, and then we also watched Cheaper by the Dozen 2, followed by a little bit more American feeling with National Treasure.
Such a good choice.
I know.
Cheaper by
Really,
the Dozen, too.
We did good. And they had a lot of hamburgers. We'll take a quick break here. Of course, we got a pledge, a national anthem, and then a galvanizing, bracing cup of Java from Pastor John. Then Mike Roth and I will be talking about that messy middle, how to run on less, and we'll be diving into Penske. We'll be right back after this affirmation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, found something in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 2 says, like newborn infants long for the pure spiritual milk, that by it you may grow up into salvation. Now listen to what Peter just said. Peter says that watch this, he don't call it just regular milk. He calls it pure spiritual milk. Why would he have to say that? What he's really saying is there should be some times of you reading God's word, sometimes that God's word is just encouraging and challenging you. He's telling us that there should be some time in our life and in our walk with God that we take that spiritual milk and it help build us up so that we can deal with this heavy world that we live in. So my brothers and sisters, drink the spiritual milk, which is the word of God, and allow yourself to be strengthened in God's word so that you can do this great thing called life. God bless you and enjoy your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Man, we drink all types of milk here. Whole, oat, spiritual.
Human kindness.
Yeah, human kindness.
I mean, it's overflowing, and I think it's going to rain today. I don't know if it's going to rain today. That's just a line from... Boy, that's a really good song.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to rain today by Randy Newman.
Oh, I was thinking of, never mind, that doesn't have to do anything with it at all.
And Joe Cocker has a fantastic cover of it because he's got a whole bunch of backup singers that just kick it in the tush. Hey, guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. 13 fleets, all of them taking part in North America Council for Freight Efficiency, NACFE. Their Run on Less, Messy Middle, a real-world demonstration to bring clarity to long-haul trucking. I'm going to give you a quote. The messy middle is a time when fleets can choose from a variety of powertrain solutions and other efficiency-enhancing technology. Those are the words of Mike Roth, NACFE's executive director, who joins us this morning. It's good to have you back after a wonderful Labor Day weekend.
Have you seen the rain, Mike?
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, I know what rain is. I grew up a farm boy in Ohio, so we looked for it. Yeah, I know what it is.
You guys pray for it. We dread it down here to some degree, I have to tell you. Mike, we get a chance today to talk about Penske, right? This is the 13th apostle. Here we are, correct? This is the end of the road?
Yeah, that's right. So we've now introduced all 13 fleets with the trucks there. I always say they're working to get the best out of these trucks. Some of them are, older school kind of things. We had Henry Albert in, running a 2022 Freightliner that's usually over 10 miles per gallon, whether he's heavy or light. And now here with the 13th, we've got Penske, and they're running a hydrogen fuel cell truck. And it's like, oh my gosh, what the heck is a hydrogen fuel cell truck, and how do you make that work? But one of the things I'm proud of with Run on Less is this is real trucks, real drivers, real freight, real routes. We're not making any of this up, guys. We don't put, concrete in the trailer and go, act like we're hauling freight. This is real stuff. So they're out of Dallas, Texas area. It's Penske Logistics is basically the fleet, which is under the big old Penske brand. And they're hauling auto parts around Dallas and out into the country a bit for dealers that are Hyundai Automotive Group, and they're doing that because the end user customer is Hyundai parts, service parts, but they're using a Hyundai tractor actually with a Hyundai trailer. So little inside Run on Less trivia: which fleet is running a truck with a tractor and a trailer built by the same company? We've hardly ever seen that, but Hyundai is leaning in on tractors now after being a trailer manufacturer for a lot of years here in North America.
So it's and like I said, this is really cool because this is a great example of the partnership, not just your partnership with Penske, but Penske's partnership with Hyundai. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. And can we kind of let's go straight to the drivers first. We'll begin with them this time. What has their response been to running on the hydrogen fuel cell?
Well, first of all, at its heart, it's an electric truck. So it drives, there's a hydrogen, there's a fuel cell that uses hydrogen as fuel, and this has no moving parts. So there's and it's a little past my education and engineering, guys, but it takes the hydrogen and turns it in through a chemical process into electricity. Ultimately, that's going to power the truck. So the truck actually drives a bit like a battery electric truck. There's no sound. There's very little vibration. All the things that drivers like about an electric truck, they tend to like about a hydrogen truck. This is our second of two hydrogen fuel cell trucks, and both drivers kind of raved about their drivability. Now, right after that comes though, but it is a cab over. So this is Hyundai is headquartered in Korea, a truck company really all around the world. And so it is a cab over. So it's got a long wheelbase because of all the tanks they have to package in, much like a natural gas truck. They have to package these carbon fiber tanks behind the cab and so forth. So it's long wheelbase, and it's a cab over. So, but the driver in this video that we published this morning, he talks a lot about how it's easier in tight spaces. And so my team was like, well, wait a minute, how can that be? You got a long wheelbase, you got, it's a big truck. But what we tend to forget about cab overs is how the visibility is so strong. So he talks in there about seeing well in tight spots. And so I don't know, a big truck's a big truck in a tiny spot. Much like a big old guy sleeping in a twin bed. But the visibility that they see, and probably the quiet and smooth operation, makes it feel like it's a more maneuverable truck. So I found that really interesting when I interviewed him and when I rewatched the video that we produced.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point, too. I think being a cab over, the fact that you're on top of the situation, the fact that you're right there, it's up close and personal. I don't know what it is, but I feel like the closer you are actually to the road from where you sit, you feel like you have more control. It's more of a feeling, I think, sometimes than it is a reality. But here's the thing: is seeming can often make it so, and and that injection of both hydrogen and confidence seem to kind of made a difference here. Let's talk about the idea of one of the things you guys always focus on is refueling, is fueling in general, what the fueling process is like, how much time it saves, how much time it expends. What were kind of the results of looking at that?
Yeah, so Penske, they had three executives or three leaders being interviewed, and Scott Brower has been at Penske for 38 years, and he said this project was one of the most rewarding, but also the most challenging. So hydrogen's not simple. There's no significant fueling infrastructure in place. So, right now there is a trailer that we show in the video quite a bit that has hydrogen, and they put that on site at the Hyundai Mobis distribution center for operating this truck over the next number of months. And so that's not easy. You got to bring this truck in. It can only fuel about 8 trucks or 8 fueling sessions, and then they have to take the trailer to another place and get hydrogen for it. It's a big battery pack on this trailer because there's places and times where they need to fuel the truck without electricity at the site. So they've got a battery pack they got to charge. They got to fill it back up with hydrogen, and then they take it back to the site to fill the trucks. And so this is a challenging endeavor to create another infrastructure and distribution and actually hydrogen production system. So, we talk about how hard it's going to be for electric trucks. And then we're also talking about infrastructure changes, albeit much simpler with biodiesel and renewable diesel. Now we've got another one that's really maybe the most difficult, and that is figuring out how do we get fairly green, low carbon intensity hydrogen to the trucks to fuel them. And in this video we talk a bit about that, but you can see the fueling operation, and it's it's very early stages. I mean, this is a kind of a first date, if you will, between trucking and fuel cells. Now, having said that, the trucks are working extremely well. Hyundai's got 21 in Savannah, Georgia. They've got this one in Dallas, and then they've got, I think, 35 in California, mostly up in the Bay Area, but 5 of them down in Southern California, which is the pilot truck that we're also showcasing in the run. So It's early for hydrogen. We'll see what happens over the next, really, guys, probably decade before we know if it's going to be a key player in North America.
Yeah, and by the way, Scott Brower makes that comment. And this is the question I wanted to ask you: is this a matter of time, or also a matter of figuring it out? Let me distinguish what I mean there. That we know what has to be, and therefore it's just going to take that long, or are we still in the process of figuring out what the most effective, efficient way of doing it is?
Yeah, that's a great question. You guys know me. I'm a storyteller and a bit of a, I like analogies, but I also like quotes. So I think it was Rumsfeld that said about terrorism, he said, we have known knowns, we have known unknowns. And those are things that I think you're pointing at, and that is, like for electric trucks, how are we going to charge them, and so forth. And then we've got unknown unknowns, and that was said famously by Secretary of Defense, I think, Rumsfeld,
yes. Around,
we just don't know where these bad guys are, and we don't know what their weapons are, and we don't know exactly how they're going to execute. I think that's still the case with hydrogen. There's still like these unknown unknowns. Like, do we need to make it liquefied on the truck to get the long range that's needed for the expectations and the promise of hydrogen? Or how can we fuel these? Can we do it behind? Can we produce hydrogen near its use? Because that's transporting hydrogen is not easy or cheap. So there's just so many. I think we're figuring out the unknowns and making them known, but we just still don't know what the answer is. I think too, because of that, it's sort of like a horse race, if you will, where biodiesel, renewable diesel, and just good efficiency of diesel is kind of out in the front at halfway along the race, and battery electrics at their heels, and then hydrogen's this maybe fast horse that's kind of out in the back, kind of catching up and seeing. So, but I would say, from my chair and from NACFE's, we don't know if it'll be a niche kind of market with just a few thousand trucks a year or bigger. Hyundai stepped out. You've got Nikola and some others that have tried this, and the assets of Nikola has been bought by somebody that might, make another run at hydrogen trucks. So I guess we'll see. But I do thank Penske quite a lot, and the whole industry should, for leaning in, trying this truck out. They're not saying we're going to run hydrogen, at big numbers. They're just saying we need to understand what it can do, what it can't do, and get on with it. So that's why they chose to join Run on Less and do it this fall.
I really do love the idea of the Rumsfeld axiom, the known knowns, the known unknowns, and then finally the unknown unknowns, because this, as you have just pointed out with Penske and with Pilot to a large degree, this is really kind of taking a leap into the dark. But it's one of those things where it's kind of like heading out into the frontier, really into terra incognita, that we don't know where this is going, but somebody's got to get the thing rolling, and they seem to have the wherewithal and the willingness to kind of take the jump on this. And by the way, thank you for clarifying that, because there are things in regards to like EVs where, we don't know everything, but we know what we don't know, and we know what we have to do to kind of try to make it work. This is one of those things where there is a lot of uncertainty around it, but it has so many things that are attractive about it. I think that's the axiom, that we don't know a lot in regards to where we're headed with it, but there's enough attractiveness to this method of kind of fueling up and running that makes it worth kind of exploring and making it's the biggest discovery process of all the 13 approaches, I think, along with Pilot, correct?
You're exactly right. Now, some would say battery electric trucks are in the same situation, but we don't believe that. Battery is very simple. You basically plug the truck into the wall. You get a bunch of juice into it. We're going to see with Tesla and Windrow's incredibly fast charging, and you unplug it and you go. So you're not putting hydrogen on the truck that you then need to turn into electricity on the truck to drive the wheels. And so that's why we've done at NACFE so much work on battery electric, because its simplicity, we think, will help it win. And, one thing about trucking is we can't have unknowns. We've got to move the freight. We've got to be uptime, and reliability is actually key. None of this matters. None of the driver benefits and all that, none of that matters if the truck's not working. So, the truck must be up and reliable and doing its job, and then we can kind of compare and contrast. So that's really key at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is the fact that and by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that the known on hydrogen cells is that when they are properly fueled, they run beautifully. The question is a matter of how we're going to do it. The question isn't do these things work. That's been resolved. I mean, we're talking about make that really clear. Go ahead.
Kind of, but there's still some big questions. I mean, you can have. So it's a hybrid at its core. So you've got a hydrogen fuel cell creating power, and you've got the batteries delivering it to the wheels. So, there are fuel cell dominant hydrogen fuel cell trucks, and there's battery dominant. So how big is the battery? How big is the fuel cell? How do they really work together to move the freight? It depends on whether you're going over mountains or on the flat. And so there's still, and I already brought up liquid or compressed hydrogen on the truck. So there still are things that we don't know yet completely. We don't know and cost of the hydrogen. So there's still things that are in question, even on the truck side, not just on the fueling side. But, it's events like these where we'll figure those things out and see some hope or not. That's, just because a bunch of experts think it's a solution doesn't mean at the end of the day it's going to win. So it's
why we're doing it. We're figuring it out.
That's exactly right. Now, hey, the data starts streaming a week from yesterday, so we're gearing up this week. Putting the dotting the I's, crossing the T's on 13 different dashboards. So we'll be showing data from these trucks, where they are, where they fueled, where they charged, how far they went. Where their deliveries are, and it's going to be a really exciting thing. Because of all we're talking about on the fuel cell trucks, these two trucks won't go long distance, but they'll do as many miles as they can, in a sort of a regional haul sort of application before they ultimately prove their worth maybe in long haul down the road. But it's going to be a lot of fun over the next 3 weeks, and starting Monday, the data starts streaming. Today, you can kind of get a little bit of insight on our metrics page. You can see what the dashboard's sort of going to look like. But we're really excited and ready to go. And the actual run goes from September 8th through the 25th, and we're ready to go.
We can't wait over here. Runonless.com, NACFE.org. This is their fifth run. They're featuring tractors powered by diesel, natural gas, batteries, hydrogen fuel cells like Penske today. These four powertrain solutions represent currently available options for fleets today. And Mike Roth, who is the head honcho over there, the executive director of NACFE, has joined us this morning. Glad to have you back, and we'll talk to you soon, Mike. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thanks for having me. Have a good week.
You too. We're going to be back on the other side of these messages. Guys, go to truckdown.com. 8 provinces, 50 states. They've been doing the gig since 97. Get out of that ditch. Get back on the road. Find that maintenance provider at truckdown.com. We'll be back with Kevin Lindsay after these messages. It's Road Gang Radio. Rolling at you, running on more.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
I know her, and she will be here.
2 hours, by the way. 2 hours, because we have a whole bunch of stuff going down in regards to... No, it's okay, because not only do we have Kevin Lindsay, who we're going to be talking to in a moment here for Maintenance Matters. Good to hear her voice, though. We also have Reeds Across America, which, of course, is... they send us, and the Highway to Health is pre-recorded, and Baseball and Barbecue is pre-recorded as well. Our good friends Abe and Scott are going to be here in short order. We'll be talking to all of those folks. Hope you guys are enjoying the ride on Road Gang Radio. Lots of folks actually are participating on the chat. Good morning to you, Brad Bentley. Good morning to you, Jody. Hey, Marshall, what's going on? Joe J points out that yesterday was definitely quiet, only 3 trucks loading at the steel mill when he was there. Lots of folks actually making their way up and down the highways and byways and enjoying themselves. Steve says, good morning. It's a wet morning in the Crooked Letter State of AKA Mississippi. Stay safe, have coffee, get down the road. It's another day and another dollar. And it's another segment of Maintenance Matters with our good friend Kevin Lindsay. You guys know him. We know that guy. We love that guy. He, of course, is the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. And, we got a topic today that kind of begins first and foremost with learning to actually understand your dash lights. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy. How you doing?
I don't have any complaints. Did you have a good Labor Day weekend?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad at all. It's actually nice weather.
I know. It was kind of shocking here in New Orleans. It wasn't cool, but it was much less humid, which of course counts for cool here in the city of New Orleans. Like, I literally went outside to go take my walk on Sunday and then came back in and told my mom and dad, get your books, come out here on the porch and sit here where you don't have to sweat. And they were kind of thrilled about that. This is an interesting topic today because we're talking about after-treatment issues, controlling after-treatment issues. And you point out, first and foremost, the first thing people have to do, shockingly, a lot of people don't, is actually understand what you're looking at on your dash, right?
Yeah, it's amazing that... EPA, a government entity, actually came up with some guidelines for that type of stuff a few years ago. And the OEMs actually abided by it and started putting them on the dash. And there's so many times, even today, and I mean, this goes back a long time now, at least to 2007, if not longer. So almost 20 years. We've had these other lights and stuff on the dash. So, but that there is a light on your dash, a malfunction indicator lamp that looks like a check engine light. And there's so many times it gets, everybody says, well, I've got a check engine light on, got a check engine light on. You look at it, it's actually the malfunction indicator lamp, or MIL is what we call it. And a lot of people call it a MIL lamp, it's lamps already in it. But that's just...
Yeah, they make it really clear, by the way. Everybody listening right now, they make this really clear. If you think, well, how am I supposed to tell the difference? I don't know. The check engine light has the words check inside of the light. It actually has the words check.
It does. Just like, and I mean, because they're both yellow and kind of an outline of an engine. And whether it's solid, whether it's just a little outline of it or whatever. But typically, the actual check engine light does have the word check on it. Or it may have C on it or something like that. Different OEMs do different things. There's no standardized guidelines other than the MIL lamp has to be the outline of an engine. There's a ISO standard symbol for that, which has been used in automotive forever. And of course, that's really where it came from, is because in cars for, since OBD came out in the, 1991, something like that, there's always been what we always call them cars a check engine light. But it's really not. It's a malfunction indicator lamp. That's what it is. But it means you need to check the engine, right? It's kind of odd the way those things work. But
Well, I wanted to ask, that's the question I wanted to ask. And by the way, all of this is precipitated by it and the fact that TA has discovered that 9 of the top 10 fault codes that you guys are seeing we'll talk about this. There was an interesting piece of data that you guys got, and that's what kind of set this into motion. I jumped to the dashboard first because I want to follow up with that, but talk about these findings.
Yeah, honestly, we actually got to looking at our data from all the connections we make across the country, and what we really found is, and it really wasn't 9 out of 10, it was more like 7 out of 10, but we kind of threw some of them out because they were kind of nonsensical codes we were seeing. But so we take those out, and 9 out of our top 10 faults that we see in the shop, engine-related faults, were SCR related. That was kind of a mind opening for us, because we were like, oh wow, and it don't mean that they were all active when they come in, but it just means, for whatever reason we connected to this truck. And so we see all of this. So it's like, wow, this is crazy. That this many trucks out there have these issues. But when you talk to fleets and fleet owners, they're like, oh, that's our biggest concern nowadays. I mean, other than tires and fuel, that's always going to be 1 and 2, right? As far as costs go. But the emissions and SCR related stuff, where there's problems with the diesel exhaust fluid, with the DEF side of the system, is really what we're talking about, because it causes so many derays. And honestly, drivers can ignore those things, but it will catch up with you. That's the key.
Well,
it will catch up.
I want to kind of play with words here a little bit. It's a silent killer. And the other ones in regards to tires and stuff like that, you really can kind of see that coming. Now, I bring up silent killer because along with understanding the dash lights, it really is about literally paying attention to the sounds. I mean, that's one of the first ways you can really get ahead of this before it really gets going, right?
Yeah, and one thing I've always tried when I start talking after treatment, to whether the owner operators or just drivers, that drive for fleets, it's like, look, you guys know your trucks. You live in those trucks, right? That's your life. That's your livelihood. No, and I try to tell technicians this over the years. Drivers don't want to come see us because that means they have a problem. They really don't want to be down. They are not making money when they're down. So, to try to understand all that, when you something's going on when you bring a truck in, but there's a disconnect, it feels like sometimes, from a driver trying to tell a service writer, kind of like in our case at a service provider, hey, I've got this going on with my truck, blah blah blah. Obviously there's something going on. So the more educated you can be about how to explain that to a service writer that's trying to take a complaint to give it to a technician or whatever. Now, in smaller shops and everything, you may talk to the technician directly. So you can converse about, what happened. Well, I was going down the road, this light come on. And of course, as a technician, you got to ask the right questions too, to try to put the puzzle together. It's like a CSI investigation. When did this start? When did you first notice a difference? Whether it was a noise, whether it was some sound you heard. You may have noticed just a slight drop off in power. Maybe you noticed, hey, the last trip I did here when I refilled my DEF tank, it only took only took a gallon. This time it took 2 gallons. It's used twice as much. Something like that is an indicator that something could be going on, right?
Let me be a truck psychiatrist for a second here, because this is a long way to get to a question, but I want to see if this makes sense. So
Okay.
I'm going to use your own words. You said that these men and these women know their trucks better than anybody else. They live in them, and they don't want to see them. All right, now I'm break that down into 3 parts here. So because so many of these people have been driving trucks for so long, they have an instinctive knowledge of them, which means they often don't, when they get into a new truck, really take the time to do an in-depth dive. I don't mean that they don't, of course, get comfortable in the truck and familiarize themselves and learn how to drive it to absolute perfection. But a lot of new things have shown up, a lot of new technology over the last decade or so, and really has accelerated. So their knowledge of the truck might not be as complete as they think, and this kind of often prevents them from really diving deep into the manual, looking up stuff online, really taking the time to familiarize themselves with whatever is new. Because they live there, they get used to a lot of the things that are happening around them, so things don't sound as weird as they might. And then finally, because they don't want to see you guys, they often will ignore stuff that's going on and only come in when it becomes to the point of distraction, or that the actual situation is unbearable, meaning they can no longer do it. And I'm wondering if this is one of those places, given that you are a truck whisperer and a truck driver whisperer, if what you're encountering isn't so much stubbornness, but I guess, and I want to say learned helplessness, but a sort of learned understanding of this is, trucks break down. That's what they do. They wear and tear. I'm not going to think much about this until it's too late. Are you finding that the acceleration of technology has prevented even those who know a great deal about the things they drive from recognizing the signs all the time?
Well, maybe it's not, blocking them or keeping them from recognizing the signs. Maybe it's a simple fact that the signs are different, than what they used to be, right? And that's, to me, that's key. That's where you've really got to understand, what things really are different and could be different now. So much of the after treatment system relies on a very simple concept, and that is temperatures. Different temperature sensors, whether on the truck, on the engine, at different points in the coolant temperature sensors, oil temperature sensors, all these different exhaust temperature sensors we have, those and pressure sensors. Two very common sensors that we've had on trucks since electronic engines, in the late 80s, early 90s. So, it's not like it's something new. It's been there. But the technology in the software that actually sees the fluctuations in these different pressures and temperature sensors can kind of start predicting when something's going to happen, and that's, that I think that's where we're going in the industry, is this whole predictive instead of preventative maintenance. We may be looking towards predictive maintenance, and that's not really where I wanted to go with the after treatment, discussions, but because we got to know where we're at, right? I'm kind of a history guy, and history in trucking and engines and the evolution of the EPA requirements and stuff. It's one of the things I kind of preach a lot when I start talking, I guess, about this stuff, because I am a little passionate about it. That everybody understands. You got to understand where you came from to understand where you're at now, to try to figure out where you're going, right? So.
Well, no, but I mean, we go back. Look, okay, I'll give you an example. Tell me if I'm listening to you right here. So we talk about the dashboard lights, right? That if you actually become really attuned to what you're doing, you actually might be able to predict that if you don't do a certain thing soon, that DEF light is going to come on. And let's talk really quickly about DEF consumption, and then exhaust leaks, and then focusing on the air filter. Like I said, there are that predictive nature actually, I think, ties really well into after treatment, because the idea is you almost want to get to the point where you feel the light coming on before the light comes on,
Oh yeah, for sure, right. And here's the key, because of the way the EPA writes these requirements out to the different the OEMs, the engine OEMs, and it's all based off of that particular model and horsepower rating of that engine and all of these different factors, So there's a little bit different, fuel trims, whatever you want to call them, in different horsepower ratings, even in the same model year engine and stuff. Okay, so there's everything's not exactly the same, but it's all based off of percentages based off of this particular engine, the way it's built, all that good stuff. My point here is what can really happen though is when your computers, your engine control modules, whatever they are, if it's multiple different ones or a single one, when it's looking at all these different sensors as the truck's operating going down the road, if it notices a pattern that's changed, because these things have so much memory in them now, they kind of look back and it's almost like a little bit of AI built into them, right? They're kind of learning. Now they have to be programmed to know what they're looking for and all this, but when they see this pattern, it knows it's already been programmed to know that, hey, if I see, this X temperature is increasing or staying here while Y is down here at these different RPM levels, something like that, it says, hey, that means this part of the system over here is not doing its job right, and it kind of throws up a flag internally on these computers. So when it does that, they have these systems that they call monitors, where it's monitoring different systems on the truck, for a misfire, for this, for that, all these different types of systems. Well, when it's comparing all this, it kind of rotates through during the drive cycle, meaning the coolant temperature is raised, you're going down the road. And when it comes back around to monitor that one again, if it notices that pattern still going in that same direction, it may have to immediately say, okay, hey, EPA, look, we've got this problem here going on, and it has to turn that MIL lamp on. And it may only come on going down the road for just a few seconds, and after it checks it again, well, hey, wait a minute, it straightened itself out. It turns it back off. So if the driver don't notice that has happened during that trip, it's already tried to warn him of a problem. So, back in the old days, there was, and it wasn't that old of days because it still goes on, but a lot of people were always like, well, yeah, my check engine light stays on. I've got a piece of black tape over the dash, for that. So, well, guess what? You do that today, you're going to end up in a D-rate so bad that it's going to feel like your truck is shut down, even though it may not be, and it could be, just depending on what's causing it. But I do know that still goes on today. But yeah, that light come on. It went back off though, so I'm not worried about it. Well, it was trying to tell you something, right? Yeah. It was kind of a pre-warning, so to speak. Does that make sense?
No, it's like the adjustment has been made, but I'm just letting you know we had a problem. Just want to let you know we had a problem, and for the time being, you're probably okay, but here's where predictive stuff comes in. Here's where preventative stuff comes in. Yeah. You've been told. You done been told, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. And another kicker to this is when it does that, if it did make, like you had mentioned, if it made some sort of adjustment in another area, you got to remember all this emission stuff is based off of one thing: air-fuel ratio. So the amount of air coming in, the amount of fuel that it's using for combustion, and those ratios between those two have to be within certain levels in order to meet those emissions requirements. So when it adjusts something, it can't really adjust the amount of air coming in. But let's say the amount of air coming in is suddenly less than what it was. A plastic bag got sucked up into the air filter going down the road. Who knows, right? So now the mass or the amount of air going into that intake is not as much. So in order to meet emissions, now it has to adjust the fueling. So anytime it adjusts the fueling, now it's going to create more soot on the backside. Well, we don't see soot anymore because of the DPF. So, but it's still going to build up. So guess what? Now it's going to need to regen more often. And you may not even notice that it's doing that. Why did it start doing that? I can tell you, most cases, it goes all the way back to that air filter. Because air filters, you know, when I was younger, started out in this industry, air filters were cheap. But they weren't necessarily, I'm not going to say they weren't important, they were, but no, they were always, you know, something that no one had in the forefront of their mind. But I can tell you nowadays, you know, they're a lot more expensive than they used to be. They're a lot more, but they're more critical than they've ever been today. So
I'm laughing about this because in some ways you're actually telling the old children's story of swallowing the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Perhaps she'll die. But that really is what's going on here, is the fact that just because, like I said, just because your overall system is making adjustments to keep you on the road, don't mean you're fine. I mean, that's really what really what it comes down to. And it's why, as crazy as it sounds, the idea, look, I mean, I don't want to put you out of business, but this is why people, I don't know, have a crazy idea, should actually do a thorough pre-trip. That a pre-trip shouldn't just be kind of a perfunctory walk around. There are things you got to be looking for, and so much of what we talk about here on a regular basis comes down to that, like what to look for. And all of that is about developing the vocabulary so that even when things that can't be prevented or you didn't see coming happen, you're able to talk to your maintenance provider in a way that he or she understands, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And on the flip side of that, the service advisors for maintenance providers like ourselves, and this is kind of an industry-wide thing, there needs to be more education for them to understand and communicate with those drivers better as well. So just my 2 cents worth there.
Oh, no, trust me. I've talked to people not only in your field, I've talked to people who were in your company who have said, if I could just simply get a couple of my technicians to be able to write a more self-explanatory work order, and if I could get them to be able to communicate that work order to the client, we would be in much better shape a lot of the time. Let's talk about diesel exhaust fluid. I mean, we've already covered some of this, but let's talk about the facts to know. You talked about temperatures being such a large part of this. You made allusion to that. Let's talk about the temperatures that you need to keep in mind. There's certain specific temperatures and percentages that you have to kind of keep in the back of your head, to have an understanding of what it is happening when things go sideways or to prevent things from going sideways.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the one thing, kind of odd, but back in 2010 when we first started seeing trucks with DEF, a real quick story here. I had a driver. I was working at a dealership, and one of the salesmen gave this driver, owner operator, he come in, purchased a new truck, but it gave him my number. So about November that year, after he got it was getting colder outside. Well, he calls me, and he's like, "Yeah, I got your number from salesman, blah blah blah." I said, "Okay, yeah. What can I do for you?" He said, "Well." Said, I got a question here on this DEF. I understand, that it freezes in the winter, and I was just wondering. I said, nope. And he's like, he kind of paused a second. He's like, well, I was just wondering, if I need to. I said, nope. and this went on for a little bit, and he, finally he says, why do you keep saying no? I said, well, you're going to ask me if you need to put anything in it to keep it from freezing. He said, well, yeah. I said, no.
No, let me just cut you off. Let's just stop you before you even try. I don't want you to go through all the different variety here. The answer's a straight up. You don't need to add nothing, right?
Exactly. Because what you got to remember, that system, this SER system on these trucks. Now, DEF is going to freeze at 12 degrees, right? It's going to freeze, but the EPA knows that. They allow for that with different engine modifications and every engine OEM for different reasons. The one thing that is common is that you have to be able to thaw the DEF tank by engine coolant, which means the engine actually has to warm up, which also means that under certain temperatures, they allow no emissions standards to get the engine to operating temperature, knowing that it started to thaw the DEF finally. So with that in mind, this is nothing more. This whole SCR system is nothing more than a hot rolling chemistry set. And you start
That's not comforting. By the way, Kevin, that's not comforting.
Well, that's what it is, though.
Yeah.
You know, you think about it, because it's all about the chemistry in that exhaust gases, you know, and getting all that right. And you know, chemistry is very dependent upon temperatures. So for chemical reactions to occur in certain conditions and settings. So, you know, you gotta understand a lot of that stuff. So it's a lot to it, but you know, the biggest thing to keep in mind is, hey, it's going to let you know when there is a problem, you know. So kind of keep that in mind.
I'm laughing because I don't know if you know this. It's one of those weird, national days of. It's National Day of Live Fearlessly. I can't think of a better way to live fearlessly than drive a hot rolling chemistry set. That just is seems like in the top 10 ways to live fearlessly. By the way, okay, so we've only got about a minute left here, Kevin, and I want to give you a chance. I know it goes by faster than you think. You're always Kevin. By the way, worries. Do we have a lot to talk about here? I'm not really sure if we do. I'm like, oh no. I'll look at your notes and go, we got a lot of ground to cover. Is there an overall thing you want to kind of encourage our listeners to do in regards to after treatment issues? If there's a single way to kind of sum this up, what do we do?
Well, about three things is what I always talk about. First of all, on your pre-trips, look at your exhaust stacks, right? Make sure first of all you're not seeing any kind of soot, and along with that, make sure you're not seeing any kind of white residue as well, which could be an indication of too much DEF coming out somewhere. Of course, soot in the exhaust stack is going to tell you something's going on with the DPF, with the diesel particulate filter side of the system, which they are two separate systems, even though we talk about after treatment as one. That whole DPF section is a whole thing by itself, and then the SCR side, the DEF side, is another one. But, kind of look around at that DEF tank, look under that truck, look at that exhaust where your DPF is and everything, where the SCR catalyst is. And if you see any white crusty stuff, coming out of any lines or anything, that's a key indicator of there's something going on. You may not have even had a light come on or anything, but because none of that should ever be exposed. Right? You shouldn't see any of that. That all should be going on inside that contained exhaust system. So, that's one of those things to kind of keep in mind, or two of those things. The third one is your air filter. Keep good records. When was the last time you changed it? Have you been through those dust storms in Arizona or Texas or somewhere like that recently? You probably need a new one, just going through one dust storm, because you may not see it, but that thing may not be doing its job.
Well, by the way, that's one of those moments when you're in your cab and you hit by a dust storm. You have to actually articulate out loud, man, when this is all said and done, I got to get my air filters changed. I mean, you almost have to tell yourself out loud in the cab as a reminder when it happens to take the mental note.
For sure.
Kind of do it.
Well, and not only that, but blow the front of that engine out too. Make sure you got everything out of the fins, from the CAC, the AC condenser, the radiator, all of that, right?
Kevin Lindsay, by the way, has joined us this morning. I know, out of time, unbelievable. It's always a pleasure having you, my friend. Go have a wonderful week, and we'll talk at you next week with nothing to talk about that somehow fills up an entire half hour. Thank you, Kevin.
All right.
We're going to be back on the other side of this with Reeves giving their weekly trucking tribute. Right after that, Highway to Health is going to clear up your thinking by clearing up your digestion with Dr. Julie Gatza. When we get to the Having a Life segment of the show, we're going to open up with Len Aberman and Jeff Cohen talking about a podcast that loves the diamond and the grill. It's Road Gang Radio. We'll be right back after these messages.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I'm speaking with Jeff Moore. He's a professional driver for Mrazek Moving and Storage out of Kirkwood, Missouri, a United Van Lines operator, and Jeff has been a member of our honor fleet just for 1 year, but despite that, he's still got a lot to share. Jeff, thanks so much for joining me today on Trucking Tributes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So, Jeff, let's first unpack. You've been mentioned how long you're driving professionally. What even got you started in the driving career and the industry itself?
Having dads and grandpas that was truck drivers. My grandpa was a truck driver, and my dad was a truck driver. And I just followed all their footsteps. You get people in your life that tells you, oh, you'll never be able to do this, you can't do that. And I proved to everybody I could.
So what is your favorite part about the industry, Jeff? What keeps you driving?
I don't know. I guess it's you get to meet different people in different places. Like when I done my first wreaths across America, boy, everybody up there welcomed us with open arms, even all the volunteers that cooked the meals for you and everything. And they treated you like you was family.
We've been known for it. There's a rumor going out there that that's exactly what we're known for, is treating everybody like our extended family. So how did you first hear about us? I mean, how'd you even know?
Another driver, Sherelle Bird, done it 1 year, and me and him got to talking about it. And his dad's a Vietnam War vet, and he's also a preacher, and I got to talking to his dad about it. And I told Sherelle, I said, I'm going to do it. And it was a last-minute decision to do it. I got a load that took me from I had to deadhead to Chicago to get a trade show out of there that went to New York, upstate New York. I delivered that, then I had to deadhead from upstate New York all the way over to Maine to get the load. And we got there on a Friday. A bunch of us met at a truck stop. We all convoyed up there together. And with movers, when you get it together at a place like that, everybody jumps in and helps everybody. It's a brotherhood.
Yeah.
And you just don't have that much anymore out here. Everybody's for themselves.
Yeah, everybody helps at Wreaths Across America, that's for sure. So tell me about the trip. So a bunch of you get together, you come into Maine together. So what was your first experience? Where did you land, so to speak? And what was your impression when you got there?
We all met in Greenland, New Hampshire at a Walmart parking lot. And, man, I can't think of the guy's name. I called him the ringleader. He woke everybody up and got us all in motion, and we took off and went to Bangor to Dysart's and got something to eat, and then we went on into Columbia Falls and a convoy. And if you'd have seen the people looking at us, was all lined up going up the road. And once we got there, They parked us all at docks and put a wreath on the front of the truck and shook your hand and said, "Welcome, we're glad you're here." And it was just out there at night loading. We had sunlight when we started loading, and when we got done loading all the trucks, it was like 10:30 and cold out. It was peaceful and quiet, and it was a full moon. You looked up that full moon and said, "Man, I'm in God's country," because you could smell the pine trees everywhere, so crisp and clean.
That is so true. It's so funny. I refer to it as God's country all the time. Down East Maine is just a beautiful spot, and if you've never been, you need to come up. A lot of folks don't opt to come up in the December, but that's okay. It certainly is a quiet, clean time. You must have thought, I mean, let's be honest, we always say this on Trucking Tributes, Jeff, and we joke about it with our professional drivers. You must have thought that you had reached the far ends of the earth.
Pretty much you do. Whenever you drive up there and you see all the little lakes and stuff, and where the ocean comes in on the shores at, and it was low tide, you're like, oh man. It's the view you get driving up there. People don't realize the beauty we have in this country, and we get to see it sitting behind, looking out the windshield like that. And I did it. We got loaded, and we walked up to the break room where they had the hot table and you could get something to eat, and everything was good. And they had she had sausage, shrimp, mushroom soup. It was all mixed up in the big old crock pot, and they had grilled steak up there for you to eat, and mashed potatoes and green beans. I just piled it all on a plate and mixed it all together, and it was good.
Yes, sir. You're doing it right. You're doing it right, sounds like, from that explanation. And you are so right. It's really kind of cool because we are so blessed at Wreaths Across America, Jeff, that the Tyson Foods cook team sets up there at the driver's lounge, and they cook and cook and cook, true to fashion for the Tyson Foods cook team, and they've got a little bit of everything going. And you know what? You're not the first professional driver, Jeff, that makes the comment like, first of all, we get treated like we're kings and queens, which is music to our ears. And second of all, as I was joking with another driver just recently on one of the shows, I said, my gosh, if you go out of there hungry, it's your own damn fault because they really put the food in front of you. So I'm speaking with Jeff Moore. He is a professional driver with Amorazic. I knew I'd get that wrong. Right? Amorazic. I'm from Maine. What do I get for pronunciation, right? Amorazic Moving and Storage out of Kirkwood, Missouri. And 2024 was Jeff's first experience with Wreaths Across America as a member of our honor fleet. And it's so cool that you described the experience coming into Maine. And Jeff, we didn't set out to do this, as the Worcesters will tell you. Karen Worcester, our executive director, always said, hey, we're not that smart. We didn't plan on doing this, and we're not trucking experts by any stretch of the imagination. So we really depend on our transportation industry to guide us and help us grow as an organization. So you must have met a few people at the driver's lounge, I suspect, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of people hanging out there. What's neat about it is when you go up there to the main office up the road a piece from where we load at, you get a police escort out of there. The police blocked the intersection so we could all pull out at the same time, and then one let us down there with the lights on, flashing, and took us out of town and took us down to the interstate. And anybody that cut in and passed you, they'd pull them over. And you could see people was frustrated because it was probably 6 miles of trucks rolling down the highway, and we was all in their ways.
You describe the escort beautifully, and you are so right. We are so blessed to be supported by our LEOs, our law enforcement officers. Of course, our Patriot Guard riders join in the fray, too. And believe it or not,
them guys there, the Patriot Guards, I have the utmost respect for them guys.
Yeah, but they are a little crazy.
They show up. My uncle, he's 72 years old, and he was a Vietnam War vet, and he's a Patriot Guard. He couldn't ride his two-wheeler no more, so he wound up getting him a a trike. He's got a trike. He runs around and does all this with.
Yeah,
He sends me pictures of him out there, and I'm like, way to go, Unc.
we love our Patriot Guard riders, and I say they're a little crazy because, as you know, in Maine, you might wind up with all sorts of type of weather, and we've certainly had that. I reflect back to last year's escort to Arlington when we took off. We were in a snowstorm, and the bikes had to park it. The one guy on the trike managed to keep moving forward. That's our theme, by the way, for 2025, keep moving forward. But he managed to get so far, but then he even had to stop because of visibility. And they often will rejoin us a little further south when the weather clears up and is safer for them to participate. But no, we absolutely adore our Patriot Guard riders who participate every year. And we also joke, Jeff, with our professional drivers that it's about the only time that you feel really good about seeing those blue lights, right?
Yeah, it is. I told people, I said, this is not an honor. I said, this is a privilege. This is a privilege to do this. And a lot of people, when you get to where you're going to, they understand this is all volunteer. We don't get paid for this. We just do it out of our heart because we feel it's the right thing to do to represent our fallen veterans.
It really is, yeah. And you express the sentiment that a lot of our professional drivers express. Absolutely, it's that. And they've often told us that it's not only is it a privilege and an honor, but this cargo that they're holding in terms of the veterans' wreaths is the most important cargo that they haul in their careers, which is quite an endorsement. Quite an endorsement, yeah.
When you open that trailer up at your first stop and you smell them wreaths, I was up there. My first stop was over in Illinois by Scott Air Base, and it was a Legion post, and they had this big old garage they rented out for this, and we put like 6 skids of wreaths in there, and they come up with a hot meal and said, "Hey, we understand you're all doing this for free, and sometimes people will give you money to help pay your fuel cost," and I just looked at the guy. I said, "Don't worry about it." I said, "This is a privilege to do this." He goes, "Well, we appreciate it."
That's amazing. Amazing story of our volunteers, our boots on the ground, as we call them. I'm Susan Patton, your host for Trucking Tributes. We want to thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on the show this morning. And we are speaking with Jeff Moore. I'm speaking with Jeff Moore from Amarazic Moving and Storage. They are based out of Kirkwood, Missouri. So, and that whole fact alone just makes it sound remarkable when we talk about the contribution that our transportation industry is making. But it's really, really important for everyone today listening to Trucking Tributes to understand that you don't necessarily have to deadhead all the way to Maine to pick up these veterans wreaths. We do have cross docks operating, about 8 cross docks throughout the country. The transportation division is working on setting up more cross docks. We have one in St. Louis, I believe, and in other locations.
We have one in St. Louis called McGuire Moving.
Yes.
Moving and Storage. They're over in St. Louis, and my first trip, Courtney was going to have me take a truckload over to McGuire, and then I told her my dad and my uncles are all buried up here in Jefferson Barracks, and she gave me a load going there. And that was so cool to pull in there. And you circle around and all the volunteers out there unloading the wreaths. I met 2 kids that was young, and they planned on skipping school that day, and their mom caught them and made them come out there and help us. And the kids weren't happy, and she was. She goes, "Well, I'm making them understand about a lesson in life. If you try and cheat, you're going to get caught." I said, "Well, that's a good one to learn."
Yeah, it is a good one to learn. And thank goodness they used Wreaths Across America as the example of if you're going to do something and you're going to try to get away with it, you're going to work for us instead and volunteer so that they can understand. Because that's the theme and the mission for Wreaths Across America is to remember our fallen, honor those who serve, and of course, teach that next generation the value of freedom and what the sacrifice has been for our families and so forth. Now, Jeff, you said you haven't served, but you got lots of family members who have. You want to give them a shout out?
Yeah, they won't be able to hear me.
It's just out of sheer principle that you're acknowledging their service.
Oh, man, they got Uncle Leo, Uncle Bud. Uncle Bud was one of the first Marines on Iwo Jima. My grandpa, He was at Pearl Harbor the day Pearl Harbor got attacked. My dad, he was a Navy veteran. I got a pharmacist up here. His dad is buried over there at Jefferson Barracks. My boss, Margie, her dad's buried there. And it done her heart good when she seen I found his headstone and placed a wreath on it for her. She called me and was all teary-eyed, and I could hear her crying in the background. She goes, "Man, I never thought I'd get to see the day something like that happened." But it's neat to go see the actual ceremony. That I moved a Navy chaplain out of Norfolk, Virginia, over here to the St. Louis area. And his wife told me he was doing the ceremony, representing the Navy at the ceremony. So I got my ex-wife and my kids and a friend of our family, and we all went over there and checked that out. And everybody had tears in their eyes. Everybody in that church had tears in their eyes. Wasn't one dry eye. There were probably 200 people in there. And as soon as they got done with the services, everybody went out and placed a wreath. And I had a jar full of pennies. I told my kids, I said, "You take a penny and go put it on the headstone out there. That means somebody come and visited them." And my daughter took the whole jar and just got there for like an hour. And it was raining. Oh my gosh, it was raining that morning.
Wow. And it doesn't really matter. You know, we often complain about the weather. We just had a special event where we were honoring veterans up in northern Maine, and we were on the trails, and it was hot and it was dusty. And all of a sudden, one of our Gold Star mothers looked at us and said, "Hey, suck it up," basically, because my son was killed in action in Iraq. And I often think about how hot and dusty he was when he was wearing all of his gear. And by golly, she put that into perspective so fast, it made our heads spin. And we just shut up and said, keep moving forward, because our military never had a choice as to what weather conditions they were going to fight in and what they had to, weather conditions they had to be deployed in. So, and it's so cool too, Jeff, that you took the time to share with us on Trucking Tributes today the impact that it has on the families, because so many people say, "Yeah, well, why are you doing that? These veterans they're laid to rest, they're gone, they're not going to know." It's about honoring the families, and so it means so much to the families, and you certainly explained that beautifully when saying, hey, the impact it has is not a dry eye in the place often, and that's so important.
My son is a member of the Grandsons of the Confederate Armies, and he's all into all this now. And they take up donations to buy a wreath for veterans in cemeteries.
That is exactly the way we view it at Wreaths Across America, is that we honor those who served, and we don't make that distinction. It's not about the Confederacy or anything along those lines. It's all about the fact that these people also sacrificed for what they believed in, right, wrong, or indifferent. They still served, and they wore a uniform, and we honor that at Wreaths Across America. So in terms of all of the experiences that you had, Jeff, I know you've only done it 1 year, but we surely do pack an awful lot of experience and emotion into participating with Wreaths Across America. Also, I want to remind folks listening to Trucking Tributes today that Jeff Moore is a professional driver with Amorazic Moving and Storage out of Kirkwood, Missouri. And so, Jeff, what are we not touching on today that you think was a really cool or important experience that you had along the way?
These headstones, you'll see in a little American flag out there by the headstones where somebody paid for a wreath to go on the member's headstone. Up in Jefferson Barracks, my son, he was so into this, he found the first person that was buried in Jefferson Barracks over here in the St. Louis area, and it was a sergeant's daughter.
Wow.
And he goes, "Dad, she's got an American flag by her headstone." So he went over to my truck and grabbed a wreath out of there and brought it over there and stuck it on the headstone. When I done it, I dropped my trailer at the yard at our headquarters parking lot and bobtailed home that night because it was late. And the guy across the street from me, Jeff, me and him never really talked a whole lot. Well, his neighbor, Dan, is a retired Army sergeant, and Dan knew what the wreath was on the front of my truck. And I took a pair of wire cutters and cut the wire tie and gave the wreath to Jeff and said, here, go put this on your son's headstone. I said, he was a proud Marine and he served our country. I said, he needs one too. And Jeff's wife come over and gave me a big old hug and was crying, going, well, we didn't think people thought like that. I go, a lot of us do. I said, you're helping your neighbors, you're helping your friends, you're helping your family.
Yeah.
I said, and this means a lot. There's a lot of people who forgot about all of our fallen soldiers. And people don't realize that they give us the freedom to do what we do nowadays and live how we live. I'm just dumbfounded how many people don't know about this organization and what it stands for.
It actually started with one man, Morrill Worcester. He is our founder. And back years ago when Morrill was a young guy, he was a paper carrier for a local newspaper in Maine. And they had a contest to see how many of their paper carriers could bring on new business. And Morrill, being the entrepreneur that he is, won that contest. He brought on the most new business members onto his paper route, and he won the contest, and the winning prize was a trip to Washington, D.C., and that's where he first saw Arlington National Cemetery. And that made such an impression on him that back in 1992, when he had left over veterans wreaths, he said, boy, I wonder if we can get those placed at Arlington. And he reached out to the congressional delegation, and they made it happen. And back then, it was just Morrill Worcester and his family members and one truck of those wreaths left over that got placed at Arlington. And then a photographer came along. The family, Jeff, did this for 7 or 8 years or more, quietly, all by themselves. No fanfare, no accolades, no involvement from the rest of the country, until an Air Force photographer came by after the wreaths had been placed at Arlington and there had just been a light snowfall, and he snapped that picture, he put it on the internet, and that picture, what we refer to today as the iconic picture for Wreaths Across America, went viral, and folks started reaching out to Morrill Worcester at Worcester Wreath saying, we want to get involved, we want to be a part of this, we want this to continue. And in 2007, the family finally said, okay, we're going to start a nonprofit organization. We're going to call it Wreaths Across America. And we have grown every year since then because patriotic Americans believe in the mission to remember, honor, and teach. And it's fascinating where you say one of your frustrations is that not enough people know about this. Well, going into 2025, Jeff, I got to tell you, we are now at over 5,000 participating locations. We are at Arlington National Cemetery. We are all across the country. We are in Puerto Rico. We are in Guam. We are doing this because of patriotic citizens who say they want to remember, honor, and teach. And let's face it, we're also there because of the transportation industry, the trucking industry, very specific to our needs in terms of getting these veterans wreaths, these homemade balsam fir wreaths to the participating locations. Like you mentioned, Jefferson Barracks is one of them. And it's so cool that you were able to get that experience for the first time in 2024. Now, where do you go from here, Jeff, in terms of participating? What do you know?
She was telling me my route's going to be in Texas. She goes, we just can't get people to go that far down. I said, consider it done.
When you said, whatever it takes, that just brought goosebumps to me, Jeff, seriously, because that is that can-do attitude that the transportation and the trucking industry brings to Wreaths Across America, patriotic citizens such as yourself that say, what's it going to take? Let me know what I need to do, and we together will get it done. And that's what is involved with that can-do attitude with Wreaths Across America. I'm speaking with Jeff Moore. He is a professional driver with Amarazic Moving and Storage out of Kirkwood, Missouri. His first year in 2024. So excited to have him on as an Honor Fleet member, and so excited this year he's going to Texas, folks, and that's really impressive, Jeff. And I can only dare say that you've got lots more to experience and learn about Wreaths Across America and how we operate. And I'm certain that the volunteers in Texas are going to be just as passionate and excited excited to see you as they were at Jefferson Barracks. Thank you so much.
I got a buddy of mine, Jeff Knox. He's got a good-looking unit. I mean, he's got the American flag on it, representing all the colors of the military, the fire department, and police and EMS. He got all that on them flags. And he's got the truck wrapped. It says, God bless America. It's got an eagle on it and a big old fold. He's going to be, whenever he goes up there to load this year, y'all might want to come out and take pictures of that and put it on your, because it's a good-looking unit. I mean, that thing's pretty.
Indeed, we will. We love those beautifully wrapped trucks, and that's what is so impressive with the annual Wreath Escort, of course, and all of those beautifully wrapped trucks that are headed down, and we are in convoy mode headed to Arlington, and it really is a special sight. When we leave Maine, anybody that's still hanging around and has time to hang back will actually go with the escort as we take off. But then as we get out of the state of Maine, of course, trucks are going to different destinations all throughout the country, so they peel off. But that first scene...
You break off. That first 100 miles of the journey is so cool because it's escort.
Yeah.
And they actually... I had a friend of mine, she didn't know nothing about this, and I was talking to her on the phone one night and told her what was going on. And she sent me an update on it and told everybody, be aware of the escorts and the traffic.
Yeah.
Said the state of Maine publishes that on Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We publicize it very well because, and it gets to the point, of course, a lot of people want to come out on the route. They want to cheer us on. They want to wave their flags. They want to put up signs for the veterans who are traveling with us, the VIP travelers and so forth. So we absolutely promote it beautifully so that people, and not just Maine, but throughout the whole eastern seaboard and all the different stops that we make throughout the journey, because it really is extraordinary. And it's a sight to behold. It's amazing that some people get kind of, as you mentioned earlier in your interview, that the law enforcement will pull them over. It's kind of amazing that people see the convoy coming and they really don't know what to make of it, and they're not quite sure which direction to go in. And it's like we always joke and say, what part of this thing makes you think that you should be involved? And you need to move over.
The trailer I used in 24, it's still got the wrap on it. I got some stickers from the driver's lounge and stuck them on the side of the trailer. And one of our guys, Rick, is retired Air Force veteran. He pulls that trailer. When he hooks up that trailer, he looks at that and smiles from ear to ear and tells me, thank you for doing this, brother.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, leave that trailer alone because that's the one I'm going to use this year.
I love it. Jeff Moore, Amorazic Moving and Storage out of Kirkwood, Missouri. Thank you again so much for joining Trucking Tributes.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Oh, that music means only one thing. It's time for some Highway to Health with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Degas.
By the way, just to kind of let you know, that music also makes me think of too many meals at the Court of Two Sisters and Galatoirs in the French Quarter, where people are sitting back and beginning to kind of drift. By the way, if you find yourself forgetting what you were doing or losing track in mid-sentence or just feeling stuck in molasses, don't hit the panic button and decide that you're overly stressed or maybe have the beginnings of early onset dementia. Take a breath and listen to our good friend, health educator Dr. Julie Gatza. She is a nutrition expert, chiropractic physician, and founder of Florida's Wellness Institute. You can find them, by the way, on Instagram.com at Dr. Julie Healthy Vibes and www.naturesources.com. Welcome back, Dr. Gatza. It's good to have you. The topic is, if you're feeling a little unfocused, a little lost, maybe in the fog of life, it might be a digestive issue, correct?
Yes. It often is.
And good morning to you, by the way. I know a lot of people often eat too much for breakfast, eat dessert for breakfast, and then wonder why the 17 pancakes with the 15 sausages, all of it covered in butter, is a bit much, right?
Balance.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, digestion is the basis to, I think, all health problems. Whether you're healthy, you want to make sure your digestion is always working efficiently so that you stay that way. If you're unhealthy, it's the first way of attacking anything that's going wrong, because that's how you're getting all your nutrition in. If you don't have a healthy digestive system, everything else is being done to the body, but no one's correcting the actual source of how you're getting nutrients in to fix the seams.
I was kind of going to ask you a strange question and get it off the table as soon as possible here. Good digestion applies to even when you're eating things that really aren't that good for you. And we go back to the idea of chewing, correct? But the idea that even when the stuff that you're eating might not be the best for you, the way you eat it, how you approach it, the time you take with it, all of it, everything, that you can often mediate the effects of sometimes a little bit of bad eating by actually making good habits and building them in. Is that fair?
That's perfectly fair. And, I'm not so crazy that, no one can ever have bad foods or do bad things on, as far as that goes. It's a matter of, how you approach life as a norm so that you can constantly keep the best portions in so that you have some leeway. You've got some buffer for some crazy weekends or birthdays and holidays, or just that, what the heck, I just don't feel like eating well today. So, but you have to have the very basic of it all working properly. And, if you have to think of your digestion more than once a day, if you have gas, bloating, indigestion, constipation, diarrhea, acid reflux, burping, none of that is normal. It's very common, but nothing is normal about it. So it's basically your system saying something's wrong. Please help me do something, find the source of this, because if you don't, you carry on with life and wonder why your metabolism is slow, why you don't have energy, why your hormones are off, why you've gained weight, why your skin isn't nice, why you look, haggard and old. And it's because your digestion hasn't been working.
Let me kind of dig in also into the idea of let's do it right, and then we'll figure out where people go wrong. So let's set up a scenario where let's say I haven't eaten, I've gone past the point where I should have gotten something to eat, and I am racing into some place to go grab something or racing home and deciding that, it's only because I haven't looked 4 times in the refrigerator that I can't find the good thing. How do we actually digest properly? What is we talk about sleep hygiene all the time. Everybody's obsessed with how we sleep and all the kind of groovy stuff we have to do. But how do we put ourselves in a position, and then we'll talk about what it does when we do that. How do we put ourselves in a position where we can properly digest?
The first one is start. Now, there's all sorts of craziness on whatever, but this is the basic. Start with protein in the morning. If you wake up and you eat protein, eggs, sausage, leftovers, fish from last night's steak, I don't care. Protein. Not bagels, not cereal, not a cup of coffee and you're on the run. You want to start after fasting all night, which is breakfast. You actually want to put protein in. You want to give that to your children as well, and then you can send them off to school and expect that they can learn. So that's the first start. If you're going to have lunch, which I recommend, then you also want to eat protein and vegetables. I prefer if you steam your vegetables or cook or roast or something to break down the cell wall when your system isn't working efficiently. Later, you can have salads and things like that, but in the beginning, it would be vegetables. And then dinner is more of the same. Have some fish, have some vegetables, and after dinner, that's it. No snacking. If you eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you don't have to have snacks at the end of the evening. So that's how you actually prepare your digestive system to at least have the right food. We aren't making enough digestive enzymes in general. Our food source is off. Our remineralization of our soil is off. So I always have people add high-quality digestive enzymes to each meal so that they can get the most bang for their buck and get the nutrients from that meal.
I want to go back to the sleep analogy really quickly as we make our way towards what those enzymes need to be and how they all function and work. One of the great discoveries in regards to giving me a great sense of relief that we used to tell people you can never make up for lost sleep. Well, it turns out those folks were wrong. And it usually, if you get 3 good sleeping cycles in a row, you're back on track and back in the game. And people often talk about that. And you and I have talked about the effects of a lack of sleep on inflammation. But what I wanted to ask is how soon, once you begin to make these corrections, can you begin to start, expecting not to feel sluggish, not to feel like, where are my keys, not to begin to kind of have that sense of, oh, I know the end is near. I can just feel it, the onset of early onset. How long does it take once we start making these good choices?
I would say my worst patients, but I'm talking the heavy coffee drinkers, the fast food and the heavy sugar consumption, it takes them about 3 weeks if they're good. The normal person who just needs to tweak a few things and get on the right track, I don't know, within the week, usually they can start to see some changing. And if you're extremely tired right from the get-go, it's because you've stopped all your stimulants. You've stopped all the carbohydrates, you've stopped the sugar, you've stopped the coffee, the teas, the soda pops, and the body's like, oh man, we don't know how to deal without that. But then it's creating its own energy, and this is how you get back to feeling like a kid again. Because kids don't need coffee, kids don't need sugar. They want it, but they don't need it. And they're high energetic little bunnies. We can have the same energy. I don't care what age you are. It's just a matter of how efficient is the body.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense too, because if we're using that sleep comp, the idea that nobody actually had to go through withdrawals because they were getting enough sleep finally. But there are some things in regards to the kind of hookup here, the idea that when you cut back on caffeine, you might get a little bit of a headache from time to time until it rebalances itself. If you cut back on sugar, you do have to deal sometimes with the cravings. But once that stuff settles into a pattern, you really begin to kind of see results. And now we can kind of turn, because you're already talking about the stuff that you can supplement this with, but talk about what good digestion means from simply from a biological standpoint, what that feels like, what that looks like, and why it counteracts so many of the symptoms we were talking about earlier.
So great. You start with the food on your plate. Let's just put a piece of fish there and some green beans, steamed green beans. Your body sees this. It knows what it is. It starts to prepare itself. So when you put it in your mouth, you want to chew it. You want to eat the fish first if you can, and consume most of that. You want the protein in the body first. It's the hardest to break down. It's the one that at a cellular level you need the most. So it's being sent down. Its enzymes are starting to be made because you're chewing this. It gets sent down to the gut. The gut starts to secrete digestive enzymes to break down that protein because it's recognizing. It chops it up like a sous chef, makes small little bits and pieces, and only the nutrients get through the cell wall in the small intestine to get into the bloodstream. The bloodstream then carries those nutrients to the rest of the body, which is health. It's just the very basic of it. When you're eating that way, the digestive system, you have a bowel movement once a day. You shouldn't have any gas, bloating, too full of feeling, any other symptoms, acid reflux, heartburn, none of that should be occurring. Those are all abnormal symptoms of digestion. And so I always say if you can only think of your digestion once a day, then you probably have a very good digestive system.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too is the fact that I wanted to kind of ask you this as well. Does it actually cause damage? Meaning, like, you know, when you do have when you are irregular, when you do have gas, when you do have those discomforts. I mean, we all know about, you know, acid reflux. We all know about indigestion. But what are the physical damages that are caused by that? Like I said, you know, having it happen once, you know, once every 6 months is one thing. You know, you eat too much at Halloween, you know, you eat too much around the
Right.
Thanksgiving table. But what happens when people are constantly in a perpetual state of indigestion? What kind of wear and tear does it have on the body?
Well, what we call that is leaky gut, and I would have to say over 90% of my patients have it. And it means instead of that food getting broken down, the small intestine now gets irritated because you're eating too much, eating the wrong things, and so the internal wall is inflamed. After it stays inflamed for a while, those small holes become larger. Now just not nutrition is getting into the bloodstream. You've got unbroken down food. You've got toxins. You even have feces going into the bloodstream, and your immune system says, whoa, 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 this isn't okay, and it starts going on an attack. And now your immune system is under tremendous stress trying to handle the stuff in the bloodstream that doesn't belong. This is how autoimmune disorders start. This is how people have the chronic inflammation where, you know, their back never improves, their hands are always swollen, their skin can't repair, they're, you know, chronically dealing with weight issues. And it's because they're no longer just absorbing nutrients, they're getting all the things in the bloodstream and causing that. And it's a long-term situation. I think pretty much almost everyone has it happening, at least in this country.
Dr. Gatza, my producer, as you know, Phone Master Dre, is something of a health nut, and by health nut, I mean a spectacular human being, and you know, and he's often, you know, working out, constantly doing this stuff. He has a question for you. I wanted to give him a chance to kind of get in there and ask.
I've been out. All right, so hey there, Dr. Julie. Good to talk to you on air. But I've been out of my game when it comes to taking care of my body, just with me going back and forth from work and everything. But would you say with mindfully eating, because Jimmy and I talk about this here and there, that plays a vital role in leaky gut and other situations when it comes to your gut?
Can you hear Phone Master, Dr. Julie?
I can't hear him, no.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well,
That's not a good
we
time.
can actually edit this pretty well, too, as we keep on kind of rolling down this way.
Okay.
We'll get Dre on here in a second. It's a good question. So take it away. You got it?
No, you go ahead. For some reason, I'm not sure why she couldn't hear me, but I'll let you take it away for me.
All righty, my friend. Dr. Julie, what Dre was kind of wondering about is the effects of travel in regards that he has to make a very long commute on a regular basis. And in making that commute from Ocean Springs to New Orleans and then there and back again. And by the way, this really relates to the men and women who are out there on the road because that constant sitting and having to make your way across a highway. What kind of impact does that have on your gut, and how can you mitigate that? Because this is a man who's very healthy. Phone Master is very healthy. He's in good shape. He works out. He eats relatively well, but it does cause a couple of stomach problems for him. What can he do?
And how long of a drive is that?
It's an hour and about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, around that time. And you should be able to hear me now. I didn't realize that you got muted on your headset for me.
No worries. Yeah, so if it's right about that, I mean, the best thing that you can do is just, is this usually happening, well, it's obviously morning and evening.
Yes, ma'am. Whenever it comes to that, I don't really have much time in that general area. And the one thing is eating fast and getting it done. And that's one of the things that's been one of my problems going from construction coming to this now is, and then also reiterating that to my family, is taking your time and just remembering to enjoy your food and not just to feed yourself.
I'm trying to teach him, Dr. Julie. I swear to God, he'll back me up. I'm actually, people say, how can you eat so awful? Go ahead.
Well, the fact is, we've become such a fast group that we hardly know what it's like to sit back and relax and enjoy a meal and enjoy each other around the table. But, my thought is you can certainly lame out and go eat fast food and say you didn't have enough time, or you can do a little prepping, which isn't a lot of time to do, which, how hard is it to boil 12 eggs?
Exactly.
Now you've got 6 meals in that day, within that week, that you could have put a small cooler together, a couple of eggs in there, maybe cut up some celery and some carrot sticks, maybe put some hummus in there, leftover chicken from last night, and put some ice in there, a whole bunch of water. You have a complete snack all day long.
Exactly. That's one of the things I've been trying to express to my brother, because he's like, oh, I just don't have time to cook, or I don't want to cook or anything. I'm like, dude, all you have to do is just get those few things of protein taken care of, and then you can throw that in some tacos. You can throw those in whatever you want to do to it. It's just adding it to other things to balance it out. You're exactly right.
I wanted to ask you.
I know, and there will never be a time where somebody says, hey, I got this handled for you. I've completely packed your lunch. You don't have to worry about this, and we're going to just get you healthy. It starts with each person, and if you don't have time, I don't believe it. If you don't want to, that I more believe it.
Yeah.
So that's a matter of, do you like being unhealthy and, overweight and sluggish and tired and not quite you? Or would you like to see what happens if you actually just put real food, the type of food that we ate in the 70s, into the body? Not the weird food we're having now and the weird choices that everyone thinks is okay. It's stressing our systems. We're not making enzymes. We can't break them down. And everything's suffering, and now we're all sickly, getting drugs thrown at us. And quite frankly, we just need to go back to the 70s and eat how mom made food.
By the way, as a Generation Xer, I've always said, and I made this joke the last time, Dr. Gatza, I always said that what intermittent fasting is? It's mom saying the kitchen's closed. We're done here. We're done here. Probiotics.
Makes me laugh.
It's the truth, isn't it? I said, somebody explained to me intermittent fasting. I went, oh, my mom at 5:45 after dinner was off the table being like, kitchen's closed. You come in here, you're punished. Oh, you're not coming in here because you're going outside until 8 o'clock at night when you're exhausted.
Right.
Can we talk a little bit about probiotics? It's a word. Look, I know the definition. You know the definition. But a lot of our listeners hear that, and some of them still kind of go, well, what is that all about? Explain to people what probiotics are, and then we'll kind of talk about some fermented foods as well.
Okay. So you're supposed to have a balance of yeast and good bacteria in your gut. When that is happening, everyone's happy. They work together. You need them both. Because of our crazy eating habits and lifestyles and over sugar, alcohol, carbohydrates, and strange, ideas, we often have a yeast overgrowth in our gut. It doesn't always have to show up as a yeast infection. It can show up as skin situation and even brain fog and all sorts of different things. But taking probiotics actually helps to just put back in the good bacteria, which is needed for the whole gut. They call it the gut biome. And the yeast gets kept in check, and everybody's happy. So you can take them over the counter. You always want to take a really good source of them because you can take a bunch that just really don't work, and they're not inexpensive. And if they are inexpensive, you're probably not taking a good source of them. So that's basically why you want to take probiotics. It helps with gas and bloating and just keeps the whole situation in check. And all these ethnicities in our countries came with different ideas of how to keep the gut healthy. You got the Germans that brought the sauerkraut, which is fermented foods, which you were bringing up. You've got kimchi with Koreans and ginger with Japanese. You've got even hot peppers with, the Latin food, which helps with circulation as long as you're not over hot peppering. So we've got our sauerkrauts and their fermented things like that. Our coleslaw and things and our pickles. That's all helpful. It's not just stuff on the side of the plate for pretty.
Well, wait. So you're telling me that my love of spicy hot wings, the ones that aren't breaded, just the kind of ones that are kind of the hot wings that are in the nice spicy sauce with the big side of coleslaw, well-made, homemade coleslaw. I've been making good choices all my life. Are you letting me know this?
Well, except for the seed oils that the wings are cooked in.
Oh, no, olive oil. Olive oil. How am I doing?
Okay, well then, yeah, so that's not so bad. You know, it's just people have a tendency to overspice, and if it burns your tongue, it's burning your intestine. So you don't want to just consume and put it on every single thing because you don't need to do that to the mucous membrane. It's fine for taste here and there, but you do need a variety of foods, and you know, the variety of foods is going to give you all the different nutrients that we should try to be getting from our you know, foods that are grown and we eat.
Let's go back to how we began the conversation, because the idea that you really wanted to talk about was that brain fog, that brain cloud, that sense of, you know, every once in a while, everybody knows the feeling of 3 o'clock in the afternoon at work. We got to go, which, by the way, I think everybody should go back. Speaking of being a kid, we should all go back to the golden place of 8 o'clock at morning at work, and then 3 o'clock we all get off, unless it's an emergency. But can you kind of talk about what is causing digestion-wise that actually is making people feel that?
Yeah, well, think about it. It's quite simple. Good nutrition in, real food. Put up a piece of fish compared to a box of French fries. The fish has good protein, good enzymes, good fats, vitamins. The box of French fries, no good fats, no protein, no enzymes, no vitamins. I call it an unfood. It's because it's taking nutrition from your body to break it down. So it's not adding, it's taking away, as compared to the fish, which continues to add to your storage. So when you're making poor choices, when you're eating on the fly, you are eating unfood, using your reserves, not re-establishing normal for yourself. And, you know, watch it with a little kid. You know, a little kid is the perfect example of how our bodies are performing. Give them sugar, watch them go off the wall for just a bit, watch them crash later. They're in bad moods, they're surly, they're fighting, they're bickering, they're crying, they're mean. And it's because their sugar crash. It affects how their brains work as well. You know, we've all experienced it, and yes, it does happen around the middle of the afternoon. That's when our adrenals are like, yeah, sorry, you just, you know, did a bad number on us at breakfast and lunch. We can't withstand this all the time. We're supposed to be here for short-term fight, flight situation, not poke a pin at me all day long and expect me to perform. So that crash comes along with brain fog and malaise and apathy and just want to go home and crawl under your desk.
Let me ask you, okay, so here's Jim's random weird question of the session. So, we have a great deal, there's an ongoing discussion about whether or not what is often diagnosed as ADHD might in fact be the equivalent of being a left-hander, that it is simply an evolutionary trait in a number of people that doesn't apply to the modern world we live in, and that, that we have expectations of productivity where you have people out there, in order to keep up with the modern pace, are constantly doing things to keep up with work schedules and life and health balances that they can't normally keep up with. How do we begin to encourage people across the board, not just to improve, how they eat and how they digest, but to actually understand creating that work-life balance? Because so much of what happens a lot of the time is people are looking for the last gasp. They should be going home. They shouldn't be there till 7 o'clock at night, yet there they are. They shouldn't be on the road for hour number 12. They shouldn't be there, but there they are doing that thing. How do we do this? How do we manage to strike the balance, not just with how we eat, but how we actually find balance in our life? I asked you to get a little existential there. Sorry, I do that sometimes.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's a loaded question. First of all, ADHD, I think, is so almost completely nutrition based. And, somebody who might be suffering from that, I get it. I understand. We've all been there as far as, not getting things, not understanding it quite as well, not being there. But when I've corrected diets and nutrition with people over the years, kids and adults included, everything was kicking along the way it's supposed to. What can we expect for our bodies to perform, the extra long hours that are kind of demanded of us at this point? I don't know. We're the same bodies. We're the same bodies we were 100 years ago. Just because technology got more intense doesn't mean our bodies evolved into something that can take more and more and more abuse, yet we do. So now we've got medication, now we've got drugs, now we've got all sorts of stuff to get us to sleep and get us to perform. And I mean, it's just not realistic that we can carry this on for too much longer, for too long per person. And, some people just have really amazing genetics that, they can take a lick and keep on licking. But the most of us do have body rules that all cells will follow. So it's just a matter of when the burnout's coming.
Well, real quick, I'm going to jump back in. This is Andre again, if you didn't tell. I'm going to pull a Dave Nemo on you real quick. Hi, this is Dave. Hi. So I had a quick question. With me being extremely ADHD, with you stating what you said earlier, what would you say would be the go-to meal for me to have in between my shift just so I can keep that energy going? Because I do suffer from burnout halfway through because I sit. I'm not able to move a lot. So what would you insist on being an ideal meal for me in my circumstances?
Well, first of all, knock out the stuff that's not ideal, which would be coffee, tea, soda pop, and anything carbonated. All those things change how you absorb in the digestive system. And when you can't get those things broken down, now what you're eating for the rest of the day is less than what it should be, even if you're eating well. So those need to go, water needs to go up, and then it's basically protein and vegetables at every meal. Not the carbs, not the weird protein shakes, and not the protein bars and, something at the gym that somebody says was better for you. It's the basics and the basics. If you do that for 30 days, you will notice a difference in how you feel. It may be a little rough for the first week, but if you continually to feed yourself the protein, I would say take high-quality digestive enzymes. I use one called Absorbate. It breaks down all the food. And when you do that, you're going to get the most bang for the buck per meal, and you're making the best choices that you can.
So what you're telling me is to just add protein shakes to the 4 iced coffees that Jimmy and I have.
No, don't do that at all. Don't do that at all.
Just a little bit of a little protein creamer.
No, you'll be dead in a half an hour if you keep up that, man, by the way. That's not good. Dr. Julie, I wanted to ask you a final question before we have to shuffle off this radio coil. And if you guys are just joining us, you'll be able to hear this on all of our platforms after the broadcast. That includes Spotify, of course, and Pandora, and every place else that you get your podcast, including iTunes. It's Highway to Health with Dr. Julie Gatza here on Road Gang Radio. If you were going to tell me one surprising thing, one thing that people do on a regular basis that would actually catch them off guard that they're doing that is screwing up their digestion, what would it be? Like the one they'd be like, what?
Yeah, it is drinking coffee, tea, and soda pops. People don't know how much it's changing how they absorb. You should have an acidic system that breaks down all the food, like putting steak in vinegar overnight. The steak and vinegar look disgusting, as compared to putting steak in a soapy bowl of water. Looks the same in the morning. That's what happens when you drink coffee, tea, and soda pops. And so it's changing how you actually can break down those foods, and thus everything that you're eating for the rest of the day has a struggle to get the nutrients that you should have gotten from them.
By the way, I am already there in regards to soda and carbonated drinks across the board. But let me tell you something, man. I got to tell you, when I drank coffee for the first time at 11 years old, I thought that my world had changed for the better forever. That's going to be the tough one for me, but everybody's got their own little thing. Dr. Julie Gatza has joined us this morning. Guys, please go to naturesources.com. There's some great stuff over there as well. And you can find her on the gram of Instagram at Dr. Julie, Healthy Vibes. Come on, man. If you can't remember that, you don't remember this interview. Thank you, Dr. Julie. It's great.
And the other thing is if they get on that website, they can get some free samples of the Absorbate, which I've gently mentioned over this show. Mm-hmm. And it's the enzymes that will help you break down the foods. And if they call the 1-800 number, if they use the code RADIO, they can also do the same, get some free samples, which is 1-800-827-7656.
One more time, Dr. Julie, with feeling. Tell us the number again.
It's 1-800-827-7656.
Outstanding. Naturesources.com. Big thanks to you as always, keeping me straight on the narrow. Staying narrow. Keep that weight off, guys. We'll be back. It's Road Gang Radio.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey guys, welcome back. Leonard Aberman and Jeff Cohen have been through thick and thin, and I mean it can also be barbecue sauce I'm talking about. First meeting when they were thrown together to run a local Cub Scout pack. I resemble that remark. They overstayed their welcome, having to do something to satisfy their boredom. The Baseball and Barbecue podcast was born. Leonard works with insurance companies, and Jeff works as a sales operations specialist. Unfortunately, podcasting does not pay the bills. Oh, I hope you're absolutely wrong about that, but they are having fun at it, meeting new people and taking them places where they never thought they would go. And by the way, you couldn't ask for a better title that plays right into my wheelhouse. They are the host of Baseball and Barbecue and BBQ. You can find them, by the way, on the socials over at baseballandbbq.weebly, WEBLY.com. And they're Baseball and Barbecue, one word, on the X, formerly known as Twitter. Baseball and Barbecue, the actual word barbecue, on Instagram, and Baseball and BBQ on Blue Sky. Bullet to Blue Sky. It is our pleasure to welcome our new friends, by the way, Leonard and Jeff. Welcome to the show and good morning.
Good morning.
Hello,
Thank you.
Jim Mack.
Good morning to you both. Leonard, we'll start with you, and we'll just kind of start by digging in, and we'll get to baseball here in a little bit, but the people who sponsor this studio, their president and I have a deep love of barbecue to the point where on the 4th of July, we will actually line up outside of barbecue joints run by North Carolinians in the city of New Orleans to get our hands on barbecue. Where does yours love come from? And then, Jeff, I'm going to throw you the same question.
Okay.
Yeah, my love of barbecue is just it comes from my childhood. You know, I remember being with my dad, and we'd have the little Weber kettle, and he'd do the charcoal, and you know his hands would get filthy, and then he'd pour on all the lighter fluid,
and burn the chicken, and that was good. and then years later, you know, we got a gas grill. But years later, I started to, you know, watch all the shows on TV, all the barbecue shows, and I said, you know, I would love to do that. So I got myself a Weber Smoky Mountain. It's a bullet smoker, like a water. It looks a little like R2D2 almost with the dome. And I started cooking with it, and I love it. I fell in love with it. Did all the research that I could on it. Looked into buying additional smokers, and it just kept growing from there.
I'm going to pivot to Jeff here really quickly and ask somewhat the same question, but there's something, by the way, that that Leonard brought up, that Len brought up in the conversation, is that, you know, often we're drawn to something, we really enjoy it, and then we realize that we enjoy it to the point where we're actually reading the manual, that we're actually digging into the manual, we're actually going online and looking at YouTube videos to figure out how to kind of maximize our use of this. That can be with a gaming system. It can be with a particular show or a podcast that we dive deep into. But we get so intoxicated by the possibility of, like, really not so much mastering it, but really kind of enmeshing ourselves in the culture that we throw ourselves headfirst into it. Now, I know for baseball, we'll get into that in a second. You guys are steeped in it in the same way that I am. But Jeff, can you talk about your own love of barbecue through that filter? Is that a fair place that you end up?
Yeah, that's definitely a fair place. I mean, I've also been watching the show, looking at some YouTube videos, but I got to admit that my love from barbecue has been enhanced with my friendship with Leonard, because I just use charcoal and just put stuff on the grill, or use the Weber with the propane, you know, gas grill. But now, being friends with Leonard for all these years, I'm doing smoking. I'm hanging hanging ribs in the pit barrel, smoking on the Traeger, using pellets. So I've really learned a lot just from my friend Leonard.
Well, let me follow up with that, Jeff, because like I said, learning from somebody and be like, that's neat, that's neat. Has there been anything where you've been like, oh man, that's the truth? You know, I was taught by a friend of mine, even with charcoal briquettes, he one time said, man, you're putting your briquettes wrong. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He says, you need to put them on a slope. He said that way you can move stuff over to one side of the grill and let stuff kind of sit and take a long cook, and let the stuff on the other side get a really kind of, intense heat. And I never thought about that, and the idea of that slope, of actually taking the time to put together a slope. And then another friend of mine, this is the greatest hack of all time. He said, if you want hot dogs that taste grilled but are still plump and not shriveled, he's like, go get yourself a cast iron skillet, fill it with water and olive oil, throw the dogs in there, and when they're good and rolling and boiling, then put them on the grill. It was like the greatest, so simple, but like the greatest hack. Has there been anything for you where you've been like, oh, I'm never not doing that again?
Well, I never knew what a chimney starter was before Leonard, but yes, doing those you just mentioned those hot dogs. I always put them on the grill, but what you just mentioned, my brother-in-law does that, and they come out so good. So yes, I've been learning all those new hacks, and what you talked about, having the coals on one side, you're talking about indirect and direct cooking. It's all been new to me the last, 15, 20 years.
Len, I'm going to tell you this too. The last hack that I will share that you guys, of course, know is my oldest brother makes really good barbecue chicken, which, of course, has always eluded me. And I said, dude, how do you knock it out the park? And he says, I knock it out the park by starting the day before. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, if you think I'm not putting all that chicken on pans in the oven and semi-cooking it before it comes out, he said, you won't find any pink chicken, and you won't find any chicken not having juice inside of it, because I've made sure. And then he told me this is true. He said, put the chicken in the fridge before you go to bed. He goes, it actually tastes better after it spends the night in the fridge. He said, then put it on. And I got to tell you, it was a game changer. It was a game changer. So in your deep love of this, can you tell us, as just like Jeff did, and by the way, Jeff, the chimney thing for me, when I discovered the chimney, I was like, oh my God, it's like my life will never be the same again. But Len, what have you discovered that you will never part from in regards to that?
There's so many things, but the chicken in the refrigerator is definitely one of them. Ribs. Such a simple thing to take off the back skin of a rib, so that that when you bite into it, you're not biting into that that skin that just doesn't digest well. It doesn't make for good eats. Taking that off beforehand, bringing food to the right temperature before you put it on the grill, using, instead of, you have so many people now who they touch the meat when it's cooking and say, oh, it's this firmness and it's done. No, get a thermometer. I mean, that was one of the most basic things that I learned, was to get an instant read thermometer, cook to temperature, not to touch. So many little hacks. And, you get some of these from doing research on the web, but also from our many guests that we've had on from the world of barbecue. They've given out these hacks, these great ways to cook, that what is amazing is you think, oh, everybody knows that. But no, that's not true. Everybody doesn't know that. So even the littlest things that you think are simple, you share those with people and they get aha moments.
Yeah, and by the way, the whole touch thing, that drives me crazy, because I used to work a flat top at Margaritaville back in the early 90s. The touch thing, and I'm going to tell you this right now, and an old chef I used to work with, old flat top pro, the pro from Dover, he said you're only using the touch when you actually have to pull so many burgers off the grill that you don't have time to put a thermometer in. He goes, when in doubt, always, always, always use that thermometer. And it's one of those. And by the way, if anybody is out there barbecuing for the kind of numbers where you have to work on the touch theorem, then you actually have a business going. You might want to consider your career moves at that point. All right, so we're going to pivot now into baseball. Just yesterday, my dad and I, we're so nuts about baseball, we got into a long conversation about the game-saving play of every perfect game. That's how much we love baseball. And my grandfather's best man at his wedding was Connie Ryan, the former manager of the Colt 45s before they became the Houston Astro. So I got a gazillion baseball stories. You guys do too. So as a guy who wants to make sure that baseball remains our national pastime, Len, can we start with you? Talk about your love of baseball.
My love of baseball also comes from my childhood. I remember the first game that I went to. It was at Shea Stadium. I remember my dad took me to the game, and I remember walking. You kind of walk up the ramp, and then you look down on the field, and you see grass that is greener than anything you've ever seen in your life. And, you see the players on the field, and they're taking batting practice, and the vendors are selling the hot dogs and beers and all that. And there is something about that it's unbelievable, and that, definitely, my dad was a fan of the Mets. So I and my grandfather.
I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. My condolences. Go on.
You're sending your condolences? Yes, I appreciate that. But, it is a cross we must bear. But, and it just, from there, it just becomes a part of you. And it's something that, sitting down and watching a game, whether you're listening to a game on the radio, whether you're at a game, watching it on TV, whatever it is, it just becomes part of you, and it just becomes a great moment. And you remember the games you go to, the games you watch on TV. There were moments it just becomes a part of you.
One more follow-up, Len, before I pivot to Jeff here. In regards to watching TV, what are some of your favorite baseball TV moments, things you saw on TV that have stayed with you to this day? And you can give me a couple, but anything in particular just really, really hits you.
Well, all right. So there is, one is not even a baseball game moment. It's more what happened after a baseball game when Kiner's Corner, which is, for anyone that doesn't know, Kiner's Corner, Ralph Kiner is a Hall of Famer, was an announcer with the Mets, a broadcaster, and after home games, he would have a little studio set up, and he would interview players in that studio, and I just loved Kiner's Corner. I couldn't wait to watch that after the game. But as far as moments that I've seen on screen, I mean, I saw Hank Aaron break Babe Ruth's all-time home run record. I was a little kid at the time, but I do remember watching that. That was the big deal. Of course, when the Mets won the World Series in '86, that was huge. I was actually a student in Ohio. I was going to college in Ohio, and I had to kind of, hate to say it, but I had to kind of cut classes to see some of those games. I hope that I won't get in trouble, I think, because I did get my diploma. They can't take that back.
I think the statute of limitations on skipping class is out now. I think you'll be okay.
We're clear? All right. So those were great moments. Yeah, those are definitely some of the great moments.
Jeff, before we actually pivot to you and get the same kind of background information about where your love of baseball comes from and some of your indelible moments, just really quickly, guys, I actually watched. I'm from New Orleans, so you had no team. You just loved baseball. And I remember with my grandfather watching Chris Chambliss's home run in the '76 American League Championship Series and just thinking about that crowd, how different the game is now. The idea that if the crowd had done today what they did during that game, there would be like a congressional hearing on stealing home base from Chambliss. And I also remember I watched the Sandberg game on Saturday afternoon with Bob Costas calling that game, and we'll never forget it. Jeff, talk to me about your love of baseball.
Jimmy,
well, go ahead.
Can I interrupt for a second, Jeff?
Yeah.
Didn't we have on the pitcher that gave up that home run to Chris Chambliss?
You know, Leonard, you just told my thunder. I was going to say that. We had Mark Littell on who gave up the home run to Chris Chambliss. So,
well,
yeah,
why do you think I brought it up, guys? Yeah, it's and that really is. And let me get Jeff's indelibles, and then we'll kind of talk about the podcast itself because it sets it up. Jeff, what about you? What lands for you?
You know, I grew up, my father passed away when I was very young, and when my mom moved to Flushing, Queens, which was only a few blocks from Shea Stadium, my cousin Vivian took me to Shea Stadium to watch the ball games. And that's where I got my love for baseball, where I got my love for the Mets. I think it was a dormant DNA and then just came out. I fell in love with the game, and I have great memories ever since. My favorite player of all time is Tom Seaver, and I actually went to his 300th win at Yankee Stadium, which was on August 4th. I remember that day clearly. It was just a magical time watching my favorite pitcher get a momentous win there.
Let me tell you something, both guys. My grandfather took me. I actually watched this happen. I got to watch John Denver in the World Series sing "Thank God I'm a Country Boy" from the top of the dugout when the Orioles played the Philadelphia Phillies. That was the game that Reagan actually attended. One of the happiest memories of my life. Okay. All of this is to set up the three people who are talking to you right now love barbecue immensely and love baseball immensely. So talk to me, and we can start with Jeff this time, about how it is you guys got started. What is the origin story beyond your own personal love of this stuff for baseball and barbecue? How did you get the podcast started?
Well, it's really a simple story. We were just in my backyard or Len's backyard, and we're just hanging out at the barbecue, and we're talking baseball, and he's teaching me about some barbecue techniques and things like that. And we just go, everybody has a podcast. Why don't we just record this and see what happens? And I know Len will tell you that the first time we recorded, I did all the research on how to get this stuff onto the web and uploading and things like that. But when we first started out, we had no idea. I mean, talk about nothing. We knew nothing. We got a little microphone off of Amazon. We stood in my room, and we just both talked into the microphone and into the computer, and somehow it sounded terrible. And especially when we started to get guests. We were getting bored talking about just baseball and barbecue without talking to somebody. I mean, we can talk all day about it, but nobody wants to hear us. So we got some guests, and we would call them on the phone. And we had a lot of crackling, and so it was just not great sound until our friend who we met through baseball and barbecue, Greg Reppy, gave us definitely some techniques and how to improve our sound, and then that really was our takeoff. So it really just started BSing in the backyard around the grill. That's simple.
I want to also point out, guys, he said everybody has a podcast, and we've actually made this joke on the air before. I'm going to make you should be proud of these two men, Leonard Aberman and Jeff Cohen, and I want to make this really clear, guys. A lot of people have a podcast. They peter out around between like 10 and 25 episodes. We got 305 episodes as of right now, correct? That's where we're at the 305th episode. I got that right, Len?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that's clear.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have a podcast. A lot of people don't have a podcast that gets past episode 100. So well done on that. And Len, as you guys began to discover what was, kind of going on here, you just kept doing it until you got better. Is that a fair assessment? I mean, that just a sense of like, I'm just going to stick to this because I'm enjoying the company of my friend. Is that kind of the basic foundation of all of this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, until we got better, we're still getting better. It's amazing. Every time I hear a show, I think, oh, I should have asked this, or we could have done that, or let's do this. So we're never resting on our laurels. We're always trying to get better. It's not that the caliber of the guests are getting better, because our feeling is everybody has a story. So whether we're talking to Stephen Reichlin, a barbecue god, or Sandy Alderson, the general manager of the Mets, so not anymore, but or Marjorie Adams, the great granddaughter of Doc Adams, who basically is one of the founders of baseball, and on and on. We keep trying to improve and get better. But yeah, I'm the one who does like talking, and Jeff shuts me up because.
Well, let me just say
what you want.
Go ahead, Jeff.
If I can interrupt here, sometimes we get our guests. We scour. We ask through Facebook or some connections. We go to a dinner every year to New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. We go there. We meet some people. But our guests, sometimes there's a connection between baseball and barbecue. And we've had that with several of our guests, and that was Howard Johnson, who's now become kind of a buddy. I mean, we've met him several times, and he's a great guy. We know Steve Traxel, who pitched for several teams. He lives out in California, but he loves his Traeger. And a lot of these players, they love doing both. Jeremy Outfeld, he pitched for the Giants in those 3 World Series teams. He has a Traeger and loves doing what he does. So yeah, a lot of times baseball and barbecue actually comes together.
Oh yeah, I mean, and by the way, I mean, one of our associates actually does a lot of their broadcasting out of Kansas City. I think anybody who spent any time at Kauffman Stadium would tell you that baseball and barbecue are actually tied at the hip to a large degree. You guys have had some celebrated authors. Baseball Gajan is a terrific book. Chasing the Dreams of Japan and Back, a great episode. You've actually had the great grandson of Babe Ruth on the show, just for a lot of nostalgia there. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff that's going on. And I was kind of upset because when I found out you guys were coming on, I was desperately trying to figure out, do I go back to the beginning? Do I listen to the last couple of episodes? How do I kind of keep up with this? But the best part is that while you guys do work in a continuum of previous episodes, everything always feels, it's almost like a baseball season. Each episode begins anew. With you guys making new discoveries and kind of finding some new joys. Let me ask you both philosophical questions here, and we'll start with Len. We talk about the idea of that connection between baseball and barbecue. What do you feel like from, be a poet for a second, what do you feel like the real connection there is? Because I've got some thoughts on it as well, but I would love to hear you guys talk about that.
Well, I mean, the connection is, you'll have people say, well, they're both American staples, baseball. I mean, it's, apple pie, baseball, barbecue. I mean, what do you do on the 4th of July? You barbecue and you watch a game, or you listen, or you go to a game. I mean, they're two American staples, but they're also, both of them, well, now baseball has, the time clock, but both barbecue, and I'm talking about low and slow barbecue, there's no time involved. There's, it may take hours. You don't say, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, let me make you a brisket. You know, it's a process. You know, and baseball's the same thing. You know, you can go to a game. You could be there for hours. You don't know. It could go extra innings. It could be a lot of offense. You don't know how long you're going to be there. So both of them just tend to make for great conversations. You know, people sit around barbecue and they just talk and they enjoy each other. You go to a baseball game, you start to talk. You know, that's they have that commonality. It's a great thing, the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of get to sit there and kind of take it in. Jeff, I'll throw the question to you, and then I'm actually got a story that kind of is near and dear to my heart. Jeff, do you feel like that's the connection? Is there anything else for you that kind of resonates between that baseball and barbecue connection?
Oh yes, and of course, Leonard took my thunder again with saying it's an American staple, but I also think it's for baseball and barbecue, it takes practice and it takes patience. You just don't automatically become a baseball player or a pitmaster. It takes years of honing your craft. You go to the minor leagues. I mean, I obviously don't have pitmasters in the minor leagues, but you do need to practice a lot and to get what you want out of your barbecue. I mean, how many times have we heard, you know, these pitmasters practicing way before the competitions, and that, you know, that costs a bit of money too. I mean, you're buying all the meat and all stuff, and you're just practicing. But yeah, it takes practice and patience to become, you know, that's what the commonality is.
I'll tell you this, guys. I got a chance at the end of the summer. My brother is a Little League coach for his son's team, and he said, hey, we are a first base coach short, and that's a really tough thing to be when you talk about Little League. I mean, you really need adults at every single base to kind of help these kids through this adventure. And I swear to God, I hadn't had this feeling since I was like 11, walking through fresh-cut grass and smelling that clubhouse full of all the barbecue they were making while approaching and hearing the shouts of young boys just kind of throwing the ball around, hearing the smack in the glove, the crack off the bat, all of that kind of stuff, and that long walk to kind of get ready for it. And I thought about the fact that those guys in that clubhouse had been making that stuff since about, 9 o'clock that morning, 10 o'clock that morning to get ready for the first pitch at 12:30 that afternoon. There really is a marvelous sense of time that both baseball and barbecue slow down time, do they not, Len? I mean, they really do, and they force you into a different rhythm that often goes against the very nature of what American society feels like today. I know you love all your guests. Have there been any guests that you've gotten where you're like, I can't believe I got them. Oh my God, I'm so thrilled and excited that they're here. Who for you, Len? And then we got to wrap this up with Jeff will give an answer to.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. So they say you never forget your first. And our first guest was Bob Kendrick. At the time, Jeff and I, this is, how Jeff said, we were just talking to each other and we said, you know what, I think we need to get a guest. And it was close to around Black History Month. And we thought, let's do something on the Negro Leagues. And we looked it up and we see that there's a museum in Kansas City, the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. I contacted them. They put me through to the president, Bob Kendrick. I left a message. He called me back. He came on the show, and I didn't realize at the time who he was, and now I do. If I had known, I would have been a little nervous, but I wasn't because I didn't know how big a figure he was in baseball. But Bob Kendrick, an incredible storyteller. My feeling is one day he should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame because he is such a representative of the game. But he was our first. And so when we did our 200th episode from Kansas City, we got to meet him. And I gave him a hug. And the emotions came out because, you work very hard on this show. Jeff and I put hours into this show. And he had been on numerous times. And when I met him, it just something inside me, just like I felt like a special bond with him. And so he's definitely, we've, obviously 305 episodes. We've had incredible guests. Jeff, I'm sure will give whoever. But Bob Kendrick like I said, you never forget your first.
Jeff, let's get an answer from you because, man, I can't believe we're out of time here, but give it a shot.
Well, I want to make clear. Len is more the barbecue guy. I'm the more baseball guy. Len is, I love to do barbecue too, obviously, but I'm going to list a couple of baseball players who've come on our show, which I can't believe we got. I mean, we've had Bobby Valentine on our show, which is unbelievable.
That's a great get. That's a great get,
Yeah.
dude. That's a great get. Go on, please.
Yeah, Buck Showalter came on our show. Exactly right. I always wanted a Hall of Famer, and we finally got an Hall of Famer in Jim Cott was on our show. And who gives the great stories? Umpires. Umpires give great stories, and we were lucky enough to have two of them. Al Clark, who was an American League umpire, who actually did some time in federal prison, and we had Dale Scott, who is now he retired, but he was also he wrote a book. He came out of the closet. He's a gay umpire.
He has been on our show. He has been on our show
Yeah.
because Dan Ronan, who is a very famous journalist, is also an amateur umpire. And you guys should get Dan Ronan on your show. Trust me on that. Look up that name. We got no more time left. I could have gone on all morning long. Leonard Aberman, Jeff Cohen, baseball and bbq.weebly.com. Hold on tight. I'll talk to you guys over the break. We'll be back as Road Gang Radio continues here. Don't forget, Lindsay Lawler is coming up soon. It is RGR, hashtag RGR. Join the resistance. Go to YouTube and subscribe.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Aww. That's sweet. That's not.
Now to get sleazy.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
And the
Let's flip into something a little more.
We're
having
back
some
here.
technical difficulties.
We're back here on Road Gang Radio. Yeah. What's going on out there, guys? You can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Hey ho, Lindsay, not so low. How you doing?
Do I not sound good? Is that what's happening?
You're breaking up a little bit, my boo. You are just breaking up just an inch or so here. Phone Master Dre is on the case. Before we drop Lindsay into the conversation, just want to give everybody a reminder that at the end of today's show, will be immediately followed by Trucking with Oida. If you've ever even thought about customizing your truck, you're likely aware of Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks, which means you're also aware of Brian Bossman Martin and the outstanding work he and his team do. Brian joins the show in an encore presentation with Ashley and Scott, of course, to discuss his career, the upcoming Guilty by Association Truck Show in Joplin, Missouri, and much, much more. Want to give a big thanks, by the way, to all the people that have joined us already this morning. Mike Roth, please go to runonless.com. Check him out over there. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay, who essentially runs the maintenance over at TA Petro. You'll be able to hear that replay in short order. Got a chance to talk about, well, aftercare maintenance, essentially, what you need to be doing to make sure that before you start rolling, you check them lights. Our friends at Rees Across America, as always, go to rees.org and find out about how you can help move the mission forward. And then Dr. Julie Gatza. We're going to probably dig into that with Lindsay a little bit here when we get a chance to drop her into the show as we roll on down. Get rid of that brain fog. You can get rid of that brain fog by oftenly getting your the fog out of your belly. Stop clouding up your stomach with nasty things and get some healthy stuff in that Gulliver, and then you can move on. And I'm going to keep on pushing you guys towards baseball and barbecue. Baseball and barbecue. Big thanks to Jeff and Len and Jeff for making the time. It was a really fun interview to do. We are just so crammed with guests coming in and out of the show that was the only place to put it and get any sort of consistency and flow out of that. We're very popular. People like us very much around here. It's an ongoing thing. And you, too, can join the conversation at 615-292-6366 and kind of jump in and be part of things as they go. I also want to let you know we got one more guest coming up here today that we're very excited about. And Lindsay will close the show off with, as she always does on her first day back on Tuesdays, with country and western music news. Lucas Meek is going to be joining us. He is the man that will inherit the earth. He is a front of house audio engineer,
What does
production.
that mean?
Basically, he makes it all sound good. How you doing?
Is he working on this show?
He might be. Who knows?
Okay.
He's going to show up at 10 o'clock. Lindsay Lawler is here, and I'm talking about Lucas Meek, who, by the way, is also a pilot, which is really groovy. Have you ever thought about getting your pilot's license? And good morning, too, by the way. Good to have you.
No, definitely not. Not even remotely on my radar. No. No, and I say that matter-of-factly because a lot of people be like, yeah, sure. Like, it's easy to say, yeah, I'll do that. But that's not even something that's ever remotely interested in me. I love it that other people do it. I want people to fly me in their private planes everywhere, but it doesn't call to my own personal soul. I could see you doing it, though.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. My grandfather, as I've told you, was a pilot in World War II, and a lot of people, when he came back from the war, recruited him to come become an airline pilot. And Lindsay, and he took my mom, all the rest of his kids, my aunt, my grandmother, up in planes, and they said, "Why don't you do this?" He said, "I did enough of it." He was happy to do it every once in a while just to kind of give people an experience. He said, I never wanted to go up there again in any sort of sustained way. He said, I did it.
And it goes the other way, too. Our very dear friend Zach is a pilot, a commercial pilot, and he's been all his life flown, 747s and whatever's bigger than that, I don't know, all across the world, and still does. He's a pilot for United. But he's worked at all kinds of airlines and as well as NetJets. But he's coming up on he's going to retire in a couple of years. And he's like, we were just with him a couple weeks ago. I'm like, what are you going to do? And his wife was like, we got to find him something. And I'm like, what if he becomes one of those, what's it called when they do all the tricks? What's the,
not a stunt man. No.
No.
Not
It's a plane
barnstormer.
group.
Yeah. Oh, Blue Angel?
Yeah, something like that. I'm like, what if it becomes like a flying angel? She's like, do you want my husband to die? No, like, we're not doing that. Certainly that's not what we're doing. But he's the same. He's like, I think it's got to be something completely different at this point. Once I'm done with that, I feel like done with that. But, I think, you've been saying a lot, Jim. You've said it on air. You're like, this is my next last thing. But that goes against everything we said. If we're saying you can be constantly reinventing yourself until your deathbed, then you got lots of more shots in you, lots of more things to do and conquer and experience and see. And I don't know. I'll tell you what, though, this morning, when I came out this morning, this has nothing to do with what we were just talking about, but you're going to find the through line because you're so good at that. You're going to pivot. You're good at figuring out how I got from that to this. I came out this morning, and you know how my kitchen is, and it's that big ridge and trees right out my kitchen window. I walked out this morning, was stopped in my tracks like a deer in the headlights because there was a 10 8-point buck standing right outside my window. The biggest I've ever seen. He was old, or 8-point maybe. I don't know. I can't tell. I'll send you the video because I was trying to figure out on the
But you got it on video.
Oh, I got it on video.
Awesome.
I got it on video because he stayed there for a long time and looked deep into my soul. And of course I was like, all right, who are you? But it was such a powerful moment, and but it stopped me this morning. I was up early, kind of in the quiet of the house before anyone was up, and already racing into the night, my mind already racing. And then I saw that buck, and it like slapped presence into my face, and I just stood there like this powerful beast of a deer standing looking at me, and we looked at each other for a while, and I was like, just sit down, just relax, think about your day, don't run into it like a crazy person. And the buck did that for me. 100%. The deer have become a weird spirit animal for me living out on this land where we are, because the day we moved in as well, Jim, when I got here before the day we closed on our house. I was the first one to get here before my husband and daughter. They came in a separate car, and there no furniture in the house, quiet, movers weren't here yet, completely still. And I walked in, and there's this Japanese maple right outside my bathroom window, and there was a deer laying underneath it. And it didn't move. I opened my window up, and like it stayed there. I could reach out and touch it. That's how close it was. And it just laid there. And then it stayed at our house all day long, just walked around the back porch while movers were coming in and out. Nothing phased it. Come to find out later, it was sick. And I woke up in the middle of the night, and I was like, Seamus, the deer died. And he's like, what? Who are you? Lindsay running water? Like, what do you mean the deer died? I'm like, I know it. I feel it. I sense it. Sure enough, it did. And then by 2 days later, the vultures had completely ate it. And it was like this whole peaceful cycle of life thing that was so cool. It's such a welcome to the house. But then, of course, Jim, I start looking up deer, and they're all about peace and abundance. So I'm all in on what that has to do with flying a plane. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I can tell you that deer have been used metaphorically, both in life and in fiction, to create indelible moments. I don't know if you've seen the Academy Award-winning film, The Deer Hunter. The first part of the movie, he goes on a lengthy deer hunt that ends with him. He's a big believer, De Niro's character. He believes that if you don't kill the deer in one shot, you can't do it. That it somehow sullies the honor of the animal and your own honor, that if you can't do it in one shot, you shouldn't do it at all. At the midpoint of the movie, he comes home from a terrible experience in Vietnam, and he is hunting by himself, and he tracks this gorgeous buck to the top of a mountain, and he comes up to the mountain. Such a moving moment. I mean, in a way that only De Niro can do. He points the gun, he's got the thing dead to rights, and he pulls the gun aside and fires off into the woods. And he looks at the deer that looks at him and then walks away, and he goes, okay. And then sits on the end of the mountain and just screams okay as loud as he can before picking himself, dusting himself off, heading back down the mountain and going to save his friend who has been MIA in Vietnam. The other thing I think about from true life, at least as far as that, great exaggerator of all time, Julius Caesar tells, is his famous quote of alia jacta est, the die is cast, where he crosses the Rubicon to start the Civil War. He can either go in the city by himself and face charges, or he can cross the river, which is sacrilegious in Roman custom, by bringing his army in and starting the Civil War. He wakes up that morning not knowing what to do. He looks across the river, and there is, from all descriptions in his book, a 10-point buck. And he looks at it, and it makes a gesture as if to beckon him across. And he says, alia jacta est, the die is cast, which has been also translated into let the dice fly high, which makes him into a gambler. And he then brings his army across, and the fate of the Western world is decided. So deers often come to people at moments of crisis or possibility or the turning of the tide, and then how we react to that deer and how we respond to it often determines where we will go next.
Which am I in, a crisis or the turning of the tide?
They're the same
or
thing.
Both.
They're the same thing, because crisis and opportunity, as the Chinese say, are different sides of the same coin.
Look left, look right. Which you gonna choose?
Yeah, I mean that the idea that a crisis is often an opportunity to change your life in radical and sometimes incredibly positive ways. A crisis is merely never, what is the great line? Never let a good crisis go to waste.
I think that starts with me not eating ice cream before bed because I laid in bed with a stomach ache all night.
Woo!
That's the first
man.
point in changing my life, is getting my you-know-what together. It includes no ice cream at night. I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't know how many people could change their life, Lindsay, especially our friends on the road, especially people that I know very well, if they would simply just let their mom's old rule of the kitchen is closed go into effect. It's the hardest thing to do. One of the great things about becoming an adult was I don't have to go to bed anymore if I don't want to. And then you realize, oh, my body doesn't agree with me at all about that. But when you stay up, the only way often to stay up is to keep the fuel flowing, which means eating the worst possible things to keep boosting yourself to stay up for one more episode of whatever it is you're binge watching.
Right, just watching something and eating something. I don't even really want to eat this. I don't even really want to watch this. What am I doing? Every single night when Seamus and I get into bed, every single night, it's a joke now. We look at each other and say, why didn't we do this hours ago? Like every night we do it.
It's like working out. It's the same mentality. You know, the moment you get 10 minutes, 15 minutes into the workout, and you're like, oh my God, why didn't I do this earlier? Why didn't I do this yesterday? It's the same mentality kicks in, and it makes you crazy, but all you can do is say tomorrow it will be different. You know, I used to drive my wife crazy with this. I used to always say tomorrow everything's going to be different, and Claire would be like, stop doing that. It's not. And I said, yes, but I have to hope it will be. And I have to start the whole thing over again. And that's what hope is.
Oh, I have anxiety.
I didn't
this
mean
conversation is giving me anxiety.
I didn't mean to give it to you. But remember, though, I think often the adjustment that comes in all of that is saying, look, if I do one thing different, then everything will be different. I can't tell you the number.
That I believe.
I can't tell you the number of people, like I said, simply like eating an hour. What is it? Not eating an hour before they go to bed is the first change, a simple change. And then it becomes 2, and then it becomes 3. You know what I did yesterday was it was my 7th day in a row with 13,000 or more steps. 13,000 or more steps. And as that begins to accumulate, I can't wait to look back on it and get to those 81 days or however many days it takes me down there. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. I got 13,000 steps as well, but they were all in my brain, and that doesn't count.
Pacing in your head does not count.
It doesn't count. Dre, who's on the phone?
Radapack.
Good morning,
Good
brother. What's
morning.
happening?
Well, I got a Canadian celebrity death to share with you. You familiar with Graham Greene?
Yeah, the Native American, Native Canadian, Native Indigenous Canadian passed away. Yes.
Yeah, he passed away yesterday.
Wow.
And he wasn't that old, only 73.
Wow.
Great actor.
Lindsay, did you see were you doing Western of the Month with Megan and I when we watched Wind River with Jeremy Renner?
I mean, I've seen it several times. I can't remember if I discussed it with you or just in general. But
And he, of course, also was either nominated or, in fact, won for Dances with Wolves as well. And he's also in Maverick, too. He's great, or was great. God rest his soul. I hope he has joined the Great Spirit. That's an actor who changed a lot of Native Americans' lives because he opened up a lot of opportunities for Native Americans to be. And funny guy. I mean,
and
really.
how did he pass? Did they say, Pack Rat? Because that's young.
Yeah, that is young. They didn't say yet because it was just yesterday, so they're probably not going to release. They don't know yet. Basically, I don't think they know yet.
I feel like not cancer. I know nothing, but I just feel like the Native Americans are. I mean, this is going to be really general, stupid, dumb statement. Jimmy.
You just kind of paused right there. You said
this is going to be a dumb statement.
Oh, Lindsay's dumb statement of the day, number 1.
Thank you. I don't feel like a lot of Native American they clean themselves out. They if there was ever a hint of cancer, they know how to redirect that. So I'm going to say he was eaten by a 10-point buck in my backyard.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
There's still a chance. By the way, there's still a chance, Lindsay, because Oscar nominee Graham Greene died after a lengthy illness. His representative told CBS News the Canadian First Nations actor was 73 years old. He was a great man of moral, ethics, and character and will be eternally missed, Greene's talent agent said in a statement. The statement did not specify what kind of illness he had. Shwégan, Canada, is where he was born in 1952. Did I get that pronunciation right, Packrat?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
And he passed away in Stratford, Ontario. You understand or did you know that Stratford is a live theater capital of the North America? They have a lot of Shakespearean plays
Stratford,
in
Ontario.
Stratford.
Yeah, Stratford on Ontario.
Stratford.
Yeah, it's I don't know if you've been there, Lindsay. It is considered one of the. There are 3 great areas to go see Shakespeare in North America: the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, Stratford, Ontario. The other one is in Alabama. Isn't that crazy? The Alabama Shakespeare Festival is the largest Shakespeare festival in the United States. Crazy.
Wow.
It's
right down the road.
It's got a reach. I mean, it is a. I mean, literally, the minimum you get paid to appear on a stage there is $2,000 a week. Minimum is the minimum salary there. It's that big of a theater. Big deal. Big stuff. Big stuff. What's going on, man? What's happening?
I did see one play in Stratford. I saw one Shakespeare play. Taming of the Shrew.
It's a very good one. It's a very good one. I've seen Taming of the Shrew done as a rap musical at the Alabama Shakespeare Festival with the actual text, with the actual rhyming text. They did it like a rap musical, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Did the whole thing, and
cool.
it worked really perfectly.
Hey, Pack Rat, do you know what rap stands for?
Oh.
I forgot. You mentioned it last week, and my memory, I forgot.
No, that's okay, but it blew my mind last week. Rhythm and poetry. I talked about it all this weekend.
Yeah.
Everywhere I went, I told people at the grocery store, I was like, hey, do you know what rap means? Like, now I'm obsessed with it now. How did I not know this all my life?
That's a very dad thing to do, by the way. Is to get a piece of information that you weren't aware of that seems like a really good get and to go around sharing it with everybody.
Yeah, that's me. I do that.
Tell the waiter, tell the waitress.
But I don't do it in a know-it-all way. I don't do it like, well, hey, do you know? I'm like, oh my God, how did I not know this my whole life? That's how I do it.
Delight. Do it with delight.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. That's how
Shock
you do
and awe. It's my middle name. Pack Rat, what's on the rest of your agenda today, besides listening to this show?
Yeah, well, I'm just heading for Illinois, and hopefully I won't have too big of a delay at the border today, because last night I think they had like about a 4-hour delay.
Sounds about right.
Oh, yuck.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yuck is right.
Oh, get it done. Get it done. Be good, by the way, and get ready for some football. You ready? It's coming, man.
I'm ready. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you ready, Lindsay?
Oh, are you ready? I've got my sweatshirt and my fire and my football watching clothes. I'm always ready.
And a creeping sense of disappointment.
And also that. I've got to find a new team.
I know.
America's team ain't cutting it.
Well, by the way, people who might say it's symbolic, if you say it's America's team, do you really want the Dallas Cowboys right now to be America's team? I don't think that's the image we want to project around the world.
Oh.
Get out of here, Pack Rat. We love you. All the best.
Okay. All the best, Jimmy Mack and Miss Lindsay.
You too, friend.
Do you have any NFL football plans in regards to the coming of football, Lindsay? Are you a kind of an opening day football person?
Not necessarily opening day specifically, but we have a cast of characters that watch football at our house every week. My dear friend Kevin Post, he and I are both Cowboys fans. God rest our souls. We're still alive, but God rest our souls.
I know why. I could never figure out why he was so glum with all the success in his life and all the wonderful things Kevin Post has gone. I'm like, why is Kevin so down all the time? And now I know.
Yeah, it's because we both live in Suckfest land our whole life. And we can't get out of it. I try to root for the Titans, but they're Suckfest too. And
can't root for the Saints. The Saints suck too. So
they suck too. I don't like rooting for the Patriots. They were boring to me. I married a Patriot fan, which is why I'm saying that. But they were boring to me when Brady was there because they always won, and that gets old. Don't you think? Even as the team that's winning all the time, doesn't eventually, if you know you're going to win every time, it's not exciting.
Well, you know what's really fun is when you win so much, people actually start rooting against you.
Yeah,
and people.
That's
actually,
where I was at. I wouldn't tell my husband who's listening now, but I'd secretly, when we'd watch, be like, God, I hope they win, just because it's so over it.
Yeah, I'm actually rooting for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
Why is that?
Because I always like when a guy who has a lot of talent gets knocked on his butt and gets humbled in the sense of Aaron Rodgers. And I would like to, and now the press has turned on him. He's a loser. He's washed up. He's over the hill. He's done. I I just like proving the press wrong. It's like one of my favorite things to do, to have a lot of talking heads say a lot of stupid stuff and then have it come out the other way. It's one of my favorite moments.
Come out the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
Came out the other end.
That's exactly it. That's exactly where it's coming from, most of it.
I do like to, of course, eat queso, and although I'm trying to not eat that crap anymore, but have the fire. We have an outdoor fireplace with a TV over it, so I just, and Seamus puts out the chairs, gets the whole setup up there. I get my blanket, I get my warm beverage like an old lady. And I cuddle by the fire, and I want the sights and the sounds of football to be upon me. I don't even really want to go to a game. Maybe one game a year, but that's it. You?
I love hanging out with people I love. Pro football, I know a lot about it, and it's one of those things where I know a lot about it and don't know why I know a lot about it, except for the fact that it's like I know a lot about LSU football as well and have no care for it in either direction. Don't dislike the Tigers. Don't like the Tigers, but I have so many people around me who like all that stuff, is that you learn to speak the cultural language around you.
And how far, how far is LSU from New Orleans? Like an hour and a half?
54 minutes.
An hour, okay. Yeah. Because I have my dear friend, all three of her kids now are at LSU, and her daughter just pledged Kappa Alpha Theta, which I was as well. And so I said I would come up there and see him. One of them is Timothy Wayne. He's been on our show. He's a performer there at LSU, and now his two younger siblings are twins. They're also there. So I'm coming to a game this season is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm just not sure what yesterday.
All right, two things. First off,
if
you end up going to one, let me know, because I at least tailgate 1 or 2 games each year. Second off, I've been to my fair share of tailgates. I don't know if you have been to college football tailgates.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I went to the University of Oklahoma.
Yeah. Okay. So I knew that, and I just wanted to segue it.
Yeah.
Nothing's like an LSU tailgate.
Nothing.
In a good way?
In a good way.
Every way possible, because it's literally like Mardi Gras on a football, basically on a college campus. But you walk into a different style of party every place you walk to, and it's insane. It's absolutely insane in the best ways. You just can't walk over there with Alabama colors on. You will get jumped. I can't promise.
I wouldn't do that anyway.
They wouldn't.
Cool.
I wouldn't do that anyway.
They won't jump.
Yeah. They wouldn't jump you in public.
Red isn't my color.
Yeah.
Red isn't my color. Purple, though.
Let's just say I went to my fair share of LSU-themed RVs and campers, and the main way that you aim in the toilet is the Alabama symbol.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's what I do at home. Sorry, Brad. No, I will totally go to that. That will be fun. I'll let you know. I will get it planned. If anyone listening wants to tell us which game we should go to, because we should plan it around one that's fun, or I'll plan it when Timothy's performing for one. But
yeah, well, you got a shot because you have an inside track, but those Alabama tickets are gone.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
I think they're playing. They're playing at Tiger Stadium, right?
I think so. They did it last year. I don't know, because they usually 1 year there, 1 year somewhere else, but we'll see. We'll let you know. But the Florida game might be the one you need to do. Keg stands for Lindsay and I. See you soon.
I love it. Let me start warming my arms up now.
Yeah, it's just going to be a good time. And by the way, the other good thing as well is that you get to go down to a football game even in the deep fall where you won't freeze your tuchus off. That's the other fun thing too. And Baton Rouge gets fall. Baton Rouge gets a fall. Not like Nashville's, but there'll be a genuine fall. The later you go, I would pick a later date so you don't go there and sweat.
That's I'm already on top of that. The fall is happening. It's actually, leaves are even falling behind me as we speak. It is getting cozy in Nashville. It's going to be a little warm at the end of the week, but at the beginning we've got rain and leaves are falling. It's beautiful. Bucks are wandering through my yard. All is right with the world. And coming up next is joining us is this is interesting. This works on a lot of levels for this show, both the music side, the logistics side, the trucking side, the adventure side. This guy encompasses all of those things. Lucas Meek joining us next, he's by trade a touring production manager. He does front of house FOH, which means, so basically when you go to a big concert, same you're at like the Coldplay concert and you see the sound booth is there, like usually 3/4 of the way back in the arena, that he's there. He's running the sound. He's making it sure it sounds all great. And the front of the house. Got it. Get it. Got it. Great. He has toured the world with all kinds of people. He's performed. I say that, but his form of performance from Madison Square Garden to Red Rocks. Of course, can ask him about his favorite and least favorite venues. But again, like I said, outside of the fact that he's that's his trade. In addition, he comes from a trucking family. He does have his CDL. He doesn't necessarily use it, but he does have it. Always good to have it on backup. In case you at any point, Jim, need to pivot.
Pivot.
He can fly. He's like planes, trains, and automobiles. But again, makes a lot of sense, this conversation, for our audience, and particularly from, just efficiency and logistics, but also that living that balanced life, Jim, because he works hard. Sounds like he plays hard, maybe in the sky. But it's going to be a really fun conversation, especially me as a Nashville music person, figuring out the kind of stages that I love that question, Jim. The stage, your favorite stage, but most importantly, your least favorite stage. Jim, assuming you're going to become a musician in the second half of your life, what stage do you want to play on?
Oh, good God Almighty! Having been to Red Rocks on numerous occasions, let's just kind of check that off. And I'm just going to say the Ryman. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it. I've seen it. I like it. I like the parameters of the space. I think it's a really groovy place. So if you got me,
Ryman to Red Rock.
If you got me in a
Red Rock
Ryman
to
to Red Rock.
Ryman.
Now, from a performance standpoint, I would love to perform at the Guthrie Theater in Minneapolis. From a performance standpoint,
yeah, it's a good one,
not
too.
a bad seat in the house. Not a bad seat in the house. There is no how-to manual to do what our next guest does. So he founded the Efficient Hustle as a way to share what he's learned. Really excited about this guest coming up
Let's
here.
go.
Go to truckdown.com. Get out that ditch and back on the road. You got to get up.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Ooh, don't mind me. I'm just twerking for a second. While we fix this? Yeah, we're lifted off. Welcome back, fellas and ladies.
Were you twerking on the truck?
I was twerking to make the truck work, yes.
Oh, twerk it to work it.
Yeah,
Understood.
yeah. That's how you get the belt going. Yeah.
Oh,
Just
got
shake
it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, boys and girls. Jim, this next guest is really cool for not only just for you and I, because we love to know how crap works behind the scenes. We love how the sausage gets made. We love origin stories. But in addition, it really, really speaks to our listeners, does it not?
Oh, yeah, there's so much here in regards to, like I said, the knowing, the doing, and the gooing. He's been touring freelance since 2005. He does front of house audio and production management, often on the same tour. He's visited all 50 states, nearly 40 countries. He's actually managed to entertain troops aboard the USS George H.W. Bush. He's coordinated production for several television performances. He's worked in many legendary venues like Madison Square Garden, Red Rocks, and First Avenue in Minneapolis. I could go on. I will go on. But first, I want to give a hearty and welcome welcome to theefficienthustle.com, Lucas Meek. Good morning to you, sir, and welcome aboard.
Morning, y'all. Thanks for having me. That was a lot of words to share all that. So thank you for that. And before we even get going, I just want to say shout out to all the drivers, because I know this is a truck driver show. There's probably a ton listening, and they're the real featured guests. So shout out to everybody on the road.
Well, you're a kind man. They already love you now. So now everybody is right now buying your book, which is what we want around here. All right, Lucas, let's just start right here. Let's be honest. Worst celebrity you've ever worked. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
but really, who was it? Who's the no. Okay. No, I do want to start here because we mentioned you are not only just your work in front of house work for a long time in the career, but also, and you do hold your CDL. You are a master of logistics and efficiency. All great things we're going to dive into. Also a pilot. But here's my first question: turbulence at 5,000 feet or the power going out mid-show? Which is scarier?
Oh man, power going out. Turbulence. Yeah, that's Mother Nature just throwing you around a little bit. It's power going out. Any kind of crazy emergency during a show is that's the worst.
Well, and let's dive, because my husband is a sound engineer for TV and film, separate side of things. But I know I've seen him on set when something doesn't work. That panic is real. But that's your whole theory behind having, like, you created the efficiency side of these, the efficient hustle. So just talk to us kind of about, from an origin side of things, where the efficiency on your end started, because when something goes wrong, when thousands of people are relying on you, to me that is the most anxiety-ridden thing that could happen, especially in your career. So where did kind of putting these practices in place really start for you?
Yeah, it really comes down to the idea of preparation. And the efficiency for me in touring specifically is all about communication and preparation. And like you said, something's going to happen. So are you prepared for it? So when it does happen, you don't freak out as much and you can keep a cool head, because that's what it is all about, is keeping a cool head. As soon as you freak out, you lose track and you're not going to get it back together quickly. And then the other part of the efficiency is just communication, and like, let's all communicate and get things done in advance. So, when things do get messy, whether it's an audio problem, or the power going out, or, what I experienced a lot this summer is bad weather. I'm doing a bunch of outdoor shows and bad weather's coming in. Let's just plan ahead, because it's going to happen. Like, if you're doing an outdoor tour in the summer, you're going to get bad weather. So it's all about preparation.
Let me follow something up too, because one of the things about being highly qualified to do a number of different positions is also knowing when it is too much for one person to handle. And so would you do us the favor of distinguishing between a tour manager and a production manager? And when you're doing both, at what point do you realize you need a second hand to steady one or the other? Make sense? Yeah, absolutely. Good point. I think every person doing every job always probably could use another hand. But, there's a point when, a tour and production manager is all done by one person. I think it's tough because you always are overwhelmed, it seems like, but at some point you do need to separate the jobs. And just to kind of answer your question, the difference between the tour and production is like, a production manager is more in charge of the actual production, what you think of the physical show, like getting the equipment on and off stage every day. You have all these vehicles, tour buses and trucks. Where are those going to park, and dealing with the schedule and local stagehands and stuff like that. And the tour manager is involved in more tour-specific things, not related to production, like making sure everybody gets food, making sure everybody gets paid, making sure, if we're traveling, they're going to help with more directly with hotel, booking flights and stuff like that.
We did one whole show, as you can imagine, around here, just on the tour logistics of, as it pertains specifically to trucking, of the Taylor Swift tour, which was obviously legendary, and on a whole nother level, the amount of trucks that were involved with that, and planes, the logistics of all of it, and how they jumped around on that. But with that being said, as you know, since you said that there was no how-to guide for live production, so you made it here with this efficiency hustle. So with that guidebook, do you see that as a guidebook, or more maybe as an ethos that could really apply beyond touring to entrepreneurs, drivers, or maybe even families? Talk about kind of how I feel like there's a lot of life metaphors in what you do and what you're laying out here in the book.
Yeah, I love that you said that, because that's 100%. I mean, it's definitely for touring and tour and production managers. But yeah, of course, I mean, so much of what we do, whether it's logistics or, for me, I think specifically, again, communication, like with email now, people just send emails and fire off emails and texts, and they don't even think about it because it's free. Like back in the day, you had to take time and write out a letter and put a stamp on it. It was a whole thing. So you could, if you're going to do it, you need to put a little thought behind it. And now, because everything's free and easy, we just shoot off stuff all the time. But it's like when you send out one email, that could require so much follow-up, and somebody has to read it and follow up. And so it's like better communication. And that's kind of a focus of my book. One of the focuses are, kind of key takeaways and that translates to any industry. Is like, man, just like, don't just fire off an email because you can. Make it, just remember that there's someone receiving that, whether it is a text or an email, and like somebody has to read it, think it through, respond. So like, just because they can respond quickly, like try to think ahead. So, I can send an email to a venue, for example, and say, hey, this is what we're going to be doing when we come in. And as long as I make that thorough and efficient, they can respond. We can advance a full show in 2 email responses, or we can do it messy and it can be 15 emails. It's like, think about time, think about efficiency, and that translates to everything all the time. It doesn't even have to be an industry. It's just life, think of people's time.
I wanted to ask a question more specifically towards, actually touring specifics. So much of a company is often reflected by the person who runs it. Often that name is on the masthead. It's never more true than, Lindsay brought up Taylor Swift, but there's numerous examples of this. How much of an impact on the logistics of the tour does the actual headliner have? Meaning, like, we use the Swiftian reference, but we could make, Rolling Stone references. We could talk about, Randy Travis. We could go on and on. Can you talk about what kind of relationship you have to establish with the headliner in order to make sure that he or she or their tour goes the way they want it to?
Yeah, I think it all starts, kind of a combination between the artist and their management and the kind of people that they hire. I always say that, it does start from the top down, and it really is more of a kind of an attitude thing. It's like, I always say, like, a-hole bands have a-hole crew. So it's like, as a crew, we come into venue,
like who?
We're representing it.
She keeps on doing this. But no, really, like who? Yeah. No, go ahead.
I'm kidding.
Keep trying.
I'm kidding.
No, but, so it's like, at the end of the day, if you leave a venue, and the venue, the people that work at that venue specifically are like, man, that band was really cool. It's not necessarily because the band was really cool. A lot of times it's because the crew was really cool, because that's who they're really working with the most. And so, I always say, like, as a crew, we represent the artist, we represent the whole thing as an entity, and which is why I like to have good people around. And so again, I think it starts from the top down. And if a touring crew treats the local people like crap, it's probably because the band is a-holes, and they don't care that they're leaving this kind of impression behind, where, if a band's good people and they want everyone treated okay, and they find out someone on their crew is treating the locals bad, then they're going to address that. So, I think as far as that goes, it's definitely it starts from the top and the band and who they choose. And I think that's also with efficiency and, logistics as well. Because if, some bands, they just get used to chaos, and they walk in and things are kind of messy and they're running behind schedule all the time, and they just roll with it. And some bands are like, man, I want to come in and have plenty of time for a sound check. And I want to make sure that the other bands on this bill have time for their sound check. And I want to make sure that the crew gets time to, step away and have a lunch, or maybe make a phone call home. And so that's where it starts from the top down. It's like if the band really cares about those kind of things, then they're going to make sure that the people are in place that will kind of see it through for them, on their behalf.
That's a huge thing. Making sure that people around you are happy. I mean, sometimes it could happen to a fault, but I know I'm a singer, and I know that if my band isn't happy, it can go real wrong. They can screw that really quickly. So making sure everybody on the tour is happy, or everybody is a truck driver, everyone in your circle, you're all relying on each other. That comes down to the people that you stop and talk with at the truck stop. Like, if just keeping your circle happy and tight around you guys. We're talking with Lucas Meek. You can head over to theefficienthustle.com, theefficienthustle.com. This is not only his book that is out, but this is really a movement. This is a manual. This is a life metaphor. I think anybody interested in logistics on the tour side of things, which is 99% of our audience, will be into this. So, Lucas, I love the quote. I say this all the time. I don't know where I heard it, if I made it up or dreamt it, or if it actually came from somebody, but it's the idea of that there's no good and bad, only lessons and experiences. I think that helps us get through shaky situations. And I think that pairs really well with your journey. So to that quote, is there a moment on tour for you that in the moment felt like a failure at the time, but later really kind of revealed itself to you as one of your best teachers?
Oh boy, all of them.
I know there's a lot. Yeah, probably.
Mistake. But sure. I mean, it definitely everything's a learning moment. But I would say kind of earlier in my career when and this comes back to me all the time. Earlier in my career, where I had people on my crew that I wasn't happy with how things were going. Maybe it's bad attitudes, or maybe they weren't motivated or whatever. And my early instinct would to be like, well, we just got to swap them out, get somebody new. And I've learned over time, like, that's not fair. You got to give them a chance, but kind of let them know what's not working and what's what could be improved upon, and give them some shots to fix it. So I think, I look back at some of those things like, well, maybe I could have approached that better. So I think that's what comes to mind off the top of my head.
I was curious too in regards to getting stuff right. That any great performer rehearses. I mean, the idea of anybody winging it or finding their way in the moment is something that you can only do when you've got everything down to kind of a hard push science. And I was kind of curious as to how you go about the business of making sure that the sound checks are working the way it works. So let's say you're working with an artist and they want the show to be done a certain way, and you want to make sure that the crew that you're working with understands this and gets the practice reps in. How do you handle that? What is your way of kind of handling rehearsal, especially with rock and roll? It ain't like theater where there really is no extended period of getting ready. There's just what is happening. How do you squeeze in time when mistakes are made and things don't go right to really make sure that we can get it right the next time? I mean, you've suggested a more positive way of handling this, but how does that look in regards to being proactive?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. Everything you see on a stage has been rehearsed, over and over and over again. And that includes the back of house stuff that people don't see, but is all part of the show. Like, for example, if you're in a rehearsal or, the band rehearses prior to a tour, we will rehearse literally everything, including like what happens when it's showtime. Like, you have house music playing and the house lights are on. How does the band know it's time to go? How does the crew know it's time to go? So you literally walk through that and rehearse that, like getting the band from their dressing room to the stage, calling house lights and house music. What's that look like? So it's all one nice smooth transition, and it's not weird and awkward, and there's dead air, and people are like, what's going on now? So you literally just rehearse those things several times. And then if you're on the road and maybe you have some bad moments during a show, or the band was unhappy with an aspect of the show, then that's when you try to address that as soon as you can, which, for me would usually be, as a production manager, okay, they didn't like this. Maybe it was something they did, maybe the band didn't like it and they didn't like how this song went, or they didn't understand what was going on. They want to rehearse it. So you just, okay, I'm going to build in a little extra time in tomorrow's sound check. So they can, knowing that they're going to want to run that one song a couple times through, let's add a little time in for that in addition to whatever else we have going on this day. So it's adjusting and, seeing things that have that could use a little improvement, and figuring out how to do that, whether it's working something into the schedule or having some meetings off stage with your crew during the day. It just depends on the situation, obviously, but you always just got to plan and know that there's going to be some things that need addressed. So you just rehearse and allow the time.
Jim, you love a rehearsal. Jim loves a rehearsal, even for the smallest things.
And I like when other people suggest.
Perfect, right?
Yeah, and I like when other people suggest a rehearsal. Nothing makes me happier when somebody says, "We didn't get that right. Can we go back and do that again? I want to get that right for you."
Tears! You just tear up. You just bawl in the corner like a little fragile angel when that happens.
I will tell you, I'll be walking out of a rehearsal sometimes, Lucas, and somebody will say, "Hey, can we run that again? I want to make sure we get that right." And I just go, "God bless you. God bless us, everyone." And then I make sure that Tiny Tim gets cured. It's amazing what happens.
It's amazing. You know what else is amazing? If you head over to the Efficient Hustle, my favorite thing, Jim, about the whole website, if you go to the testimonial page, everyone has got great words to say about Lucas, but the best is the last testimonial, which just says, "Luke's awesome." And it's from his mom. And I agree. I thought that was the cutest thing on the website. But in all seriousness, to pivot on that. Let's talk about the family aspect, because that's something our drivers obviously, I mean, you have a lot in common with drivers outside of holding a CDL and working the logistics side. The being gone, being away from family, being away from friends, having to stay healthy on the road, all those things that come with being gone for your job. So how does family or friends or whatever your scenario is still play a role in keeping you really grounded when you're zigzagging all around the world?
As I never even thought about that, but yeah, of course, truckers, we all have so much in common. And for me, it's really, and that's what I love about it too, is like my family does keep me grounded. Like I can go all over the world and do all the things and work with whoever, but at the end of the day, you come home and they're just, they don't care. They're just your family, and they're only so impressed, which is great. And I love that, because that keeps you grounded. But for me, it's really about doing your best to keep in touch, like just because you're gone, you got to pick up the phone. You really got to make an effort to call people, some family. Obviously there's social media and all that, but sooner or later you just have to call and have a conversation and check in and see how people are doing. It depends on, obviously the more extended family talk to less. And, I try to make a point, because my wife travels a lot too for her job. So between her and I, we're always making a point to get on the phone at least once or twice a day, and try to just reach out. You really have to reach out and make it more than a text sooner or later.
Isn't that
touch with them, or you do lose track and you get too distant at some point.
It's funny you said that, Jim. You'll pick up on this too, because I love how you put it, Lucas. The idea of, because same with me, my husband. It's not that he's not impressed with what I do. Or interested or whatever. Jim, probably you're the same with you and Claire spend so much time apart, your wife, his wife. And I think it's interesting how you put it, that it's like, they're not impressed, but it's because it's so ingrained in them, but it becomes like your real comfort place. Cause I've been thinking about this a lot. If the people around me don't want to hear me talk about what I do, that means we're past that. We're past surface. We're like, we don't have to talk. We're in a comfort place. And that's really where, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where I really feel like the grounding comes from, where it's like, no, this is a safe space where I don't have to be on. I don't have to impress. And that's, to me, what keeps me wanting to come home. I don't know about y'all, but that's where it feels peaceful.
Absolutely. That's what I love. Yeah. It's like you said, it's grounded. It's grounding you. And you need somebody who's like, just wants to, talk about life and whatever. And it doesn't, not all the cool things you've done or whatever.
It's really funny, guys. So the other night, Claire, who also handles the programming for us, Lucas, I was sending them some board games that I thought that they would love. And they wrote back, Lindsay, and what Claire said was, "I'm not sure if you're sending me this stuff to book it or because you think I would find it really exciting. I hope it's the latter, because I do find all this really exciting. Please tell me that's the reason you sent this." And I said, "Yeah, dude, we're not booking those people. Those games are insane, but I know you'd get a big kick out of it." She said, "Oh, thank God." She said, "Now I can read it and enjoy it and not worry about how I have to contact these folks." So yeah, it does make a difference, doesn't it? When you're not on, when you're not talking about the gig, you need that space because you're always on the go. And so do you have any kind of process that turns it off for you? I mean, is there a way that you kind of move from one space to the other and say, okay, I've got to shut this down for a minute and stop thinking about the logistics of this and just take care of myself?
I do. It's really hard, especially if I'm on the road, and I'm in the middle of a tour. It's hard, but because the reality is tour and production managers don't have days off. They have show days and non-show days. You're either at a venue doing a gig or you're in a hotel, preparing for upcoming gigs. But sooner or later, whether it's just for an hour or two or whatever, you do have to shut it off or you go crazy. So for me, it's, if I can get out and try to go for a run or do some sort of exercise, that helps. And then the other thing would be, I'll just listen to podcasts or music because, music is kind of nice, but to me, music can be background to your thoughts. So sometimes I like a podcast because then you're forced to listen to what those people are saying and you can your brain has to shut down, the busyness and focus on something else. So I'll listen to a podcast, even if it's just like something funny, like a comedy podcast or something, just to kind of break the monotony and break the thought process and just focus on something else for a while. That's pretty helpful.
Well, and then the third piece to you've got the pilot mindset, which brings us all together, and which is, there's obviously so much method to the madness, and that flying requires serenity in the cockpit, and tour requires serenity in the storm, so to speak. But how do you, I guess, how did those? Well, let me back up here first. The pilot side of you, how was that sort of a natural pivot from what you? Thank you. From what you do in your career life to having that second joy or that third joy or whatever it is. How did that kind of naturally come about? And is that really is that an escape for you, or is that more pressure?
No, man. I wish there was a way I could work out to go flying on a day off on tour, which I'm sure if I tried hard enough I could. But that is the ultimate serenity, because when you're flying, you're focused on one thing. There's no worrying about any gig or any kind of work. You're just making sure that thing stays in the air. So that for me is the ultimate. When I'm flying, everything else is shut off and to the best of it all. It's I love it, and that's one of the reasons I love it so much. As far as how it came about, I think that's kind of a nice side effect of it. I definitely didn't know that was going to be the case. That would be such a good way for me to check out from everything else for a while, but it has proven to be so. But as far as getting into it, I love airplanes and flying, and I always thought it was cool. And eventually I just decided that I needed to stay off the road for a while and do something for myself. So that's how it came about. But yeah, it is the best way to check out ever, because you can't be worrying about the problems on the ground,
Well,
good for you for recognizing that you needed something for yourself, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that.
I'm laughing because it's also a place where the headliner's not trying to grab the stick and take control of the situation. You get to kind of be in control.
Then you're like, that's how I'll get away from whoever, fill in the blank. Feel free to fill in the blank. That's how I'll get away from her. I will go in the sky. Then she can't find me.
Yeah. By the way, guys, the name of the book is The Efficient Hustle, in which our good friend Lucas Meek recollects stories from his first international tour when burnout nearly destroyed him, revealing mistakes he made along the way and the subsequent lessons learned because of them. The book delivers proven methods anyone can immediately implement that will enable them to communicate efficiently and all the things that flow from great communication. I just wanted to ask you as well, too, you talked about the idea of being able to run or jog or do that. How do you maintain a healthy diet on the road, Lucas?
It's really tough. It is. You have to really be mindful of it and really put in the effort. Part of it, I'm vegetarian, so I'm vegetarian and I eat really clean in general. I'm kind of a health nut, so that helps a lot, just because there's a lot of stuff that I don't eat anyways. But it's tough, especially you get the hardest part for me is when you get tired. Your self-discipline goes out the window. And so I'm pretty regulated as far as eating sweets and stuff like that. I have a wicked sweet tooth and I eat a lot of sweets, but I'm pretty good about not eating big portions, or, I just have a little something here or there. But when I'm on the road and I'm really tired, it's oh yeah, that massive piece of cheesecake and catering sure sounds like a good idea. So that's when it gets tough, to be honest, but I still do probably eat less sweets and garbage than most people just because I'm such a health nut. But it really is about being mindful and paying attention to what you're eating and not just being like, oh, I'm tired and, that thing really sounds good. It's like, yeah, but man, you're going to regret it as soon as you're done eating it. And so the health, the other part of it too with like healthy eating stuff is like during catering, a lot of times catering is very hit and miss, quite often miss, and then they're just putting food out there so you can eat, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's good. So you have to think ahead, and I'll grab a lot of my own stuff and just have it on the bus or something. So when catering leaves too much to be desired, I'll go get something of my own. And then as far as the exercise part, that is really hard for me because, like I said earlier, we're always working. Even a day off is work. So, I try to make a little time. Just like you even get up and just go for a run for a half hour or something. And anything you can get out and do is better than nothing. So, there's not a lot of time for it. Definitely on show days when I'm, coming into the venue at 7:30 or 8 in the morning and I'm only on 4.5 hours of sleep, I'm not going to get up and go for a run that morning. I'm just not. And I think the other important piece to all that is sleep. Like sleep is so crucial to all the things. And so, on a show day, if it means I don't get to go exercise, I will opt for that a little bit of extra sleep because it's the most important thing. And so, you really just got to be mindful of it and make sure you're getting enough sleep and really try to eat clean and keep that self-discipline in place and not eat all the garbage.
Well, and it's tough with the I can see your picture online, and you look like you're doing just fine in the in shape category, buddy. So kudos to you for that. That catering, man. Those catering on those big shows. It's good food, but man, they'll bring out like pasta at noon. My husband was just talking about it. He's like, and then I have to go back to work right after it. All I want to do is take a nap. Yeah. What are you doing to me? TheEfficientHustle.com. Check it out, both for just industry advice, life metaphorical advice. Grab the book. I think it's really important. I think it'll resonate for our listeners. Lucas, there's a bunch of drivers commenting over in our chat over here. We have a lot of guys that drive for big tours like Paperclip and Star Driver, Showtime, all the handles. So they're all chiming in and they feel both your pain and your pleasure. So you're in good company. Awesome. TheEfficientHustle.com. Lucas Meek, thanks so much for making time for us and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the time and shout out to all the truckers, especially those road guys and all the bus drivers.
Yeah, buddy.
Well said, well done, guys. Speaking of trucks, go to trucktown.com. What they're going to do for you is get you out of the ditch and back of the road. They do it for 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 1997. Go to trucktown.com and figure out a way that you can provide yourself the provider you've been looking for all along. You got to get up.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho.
Thank you.
What?
Hey, girl, hey. Did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down. Because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Everybody give it up. Let's go.
From the Big Easy to Music Sleazy. And my dress is a little short today on purpose, guys. It's all right. We're all, hey, girl. Hey, girl. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls, we celebrate both kinds on this show.
Both kinds.
On the show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
That's right. And we celebrate the retiring kinds as well.
Retiring kinds.
So retiring kinds. So we've talked about Alan Jackson retiring around here, that he has he was diagnosed last year, which we'll talk about in a moment. And so he knew he was going to be stepping away, but that is now over. But he made a pretty cool announcement that I'm excited about for my town, at least, Jim. So Alan Jackson wrapped up his touring career earlier this year in Milwaukee. It was a show that featured several emotional moments. You can see a lot of it online. He said, "You may have heard that I'm winding down, but I will say since this is my last show on the road, it couldn't be my last show, period." So he said, we're planning on doing a big finale show in Nashville next summer, so a year from now. He said, I feel like I had to end it. This is cool. I had to end it where it all started, and that's Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, Music Sleazy. I don't think he said that, but maybe. I don't know. He said, I've got to do my last one there.
There's rumors. Yeah, I mean,
I could see it. He's got a little sleazy in him. I mean that in a good way. He said, this is the last one on the road. It's been a long, sweet ride. And then he talked about the story of the struggle of how we made it. He said it started 40 years ago this September. My wife and I drove to Nashville with an old U-Haul trailer, chasing the dream, chasing that neon rainbow. I'm living that honky-tonk dream. He said, it's been a crazy ride. I've lived the American dream for sure, and I'm so blessed. So it's sad that Alan Jackson is stepping away. He's doing it for health reasons and to be with his family. And in the end, he did, Jim, do pretty darn well for himself to put himself in a position to make this move. He began his career in 1987, done well to say the least, lucrative to say the least. Just how lucrative, you ask, Jim?
How lucrative.
That was creepy. Well, according to CelebrityNetWorth.com, Alan Jackson, Jim, has an estimated fortune of
$1 gazillion.
No. Guess.
5 million, 15 million, 35 million.
Keep going.
47 million.
Keep going.
250 million.
Slow down. 150 million is Alan Jackson's net worth.
Gazauza.
He's doing okay. That number was good enough to put him among the top 10. He was 9th, by the way. The top 10 richest active country music stars in the country as of last year. He's 66-year-old. He began his last call, one more for the road tour, in August of last year. So he's been out on that for about a year. He says, I've been touring for over 30 years. I played everywhere in the country and parts of the world. And he posted a video up on X, formerly known Twitter. He said, have had a wonderful career, getting into my twilight years. All my daughters are grown. I have one grandchild and one on the way. I just want to spend more time at home. I don't want to be away like I was in my younger years. It's such a strange thing, Jim. From the touring perspective, like we were just talking about with Lucas Meek prior to this, the idea of it's a hard balance, because to get to that kind of level, it has to be all you want to do. I think about this with Taylor Swift sometimes, or whoever, Alan Jackson, fill in the blank, doesn't matter. To get to that caliber, you don't get to go to the weekend barbecue. You don't get to take the family vacation. You don't get to go to every softball game of your kids. It has to be. It has to be your number one priority, all you care about. Now, that being said, there is an intention behind it to be like, I want to get to that. I want that because it sets my family up for a whole new, for generational wealth from here to come. It sets my family up to be able to have all these experiences. But for someone like Alan Jackson to be on the other side of it and be like, now I want to take the time in my twilight years to be with my family. I never got to do that. I'm not saying it's too little too late, but it's just an interesting dichotomy of what it takes to get there in order to get what you want that actually helps everybody, but it hurts everybody in the meantime.
Yeah, I think, man, it's well said. And I think the trick is you just kind of describe what the trick is. I think it's also articulating to everybody what's going on. The idea that, look, I love you and I wish I could be here more. I'm trying to build something that will keep us instead for the end of time. And also, this is important to me to the point where if I don't do this, something inside of me will hurt so badly that I won't be worth being around. That's a big part of it.
Oh, that's a big one. That just landed.
That's a big one. And I got to tell you, man, that is a wrestling match I have all the time, is to desperately explain to people, dude, I'm telling you right now, I had a friend of mine who walked away from her career and she has never been the same. There are people she won't talk to. She's so bitter at them because they were supposed to be there for her, and they really were, and they weren't, and she has never recovered. And that is a tough thing. You make a decision to go there, you got to go there with people who want to go there with you. It's a tough place to go, but you got to be honest with people about wanting to go there too. It's got to hurt so bad.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
As opposed to them thinking, she's just selfish. He's just selfish and just wants to do what he wants whenever he wants. But yeah, are you reaping the benefit of any of that?
Yeah.
Are you seeing that it does make him happy? And it's also like you sign up for it. Like other people in your life, especially, I mean, that's the thing, like say with Seamus and I, we're on a different level. But when I met Seamus, he was traveling all the time. I met him, we started dating, and then he left for 6 weeks out of the country. And this was pre-social media. I'd have to email him and to say hi, but I knew that's what I signed up for. It's a big difference if you're with somebody and you've been together for a while, and then all of a sudden they get the traveling gig. With our truck drivers, that's, usually your partner knows this is part of your life. Truck drivers are the same as touring artists. It is a calling. You love the road or you don't. If you don't, you're in the wrong industry. But if you love the road, that song I wrote, He Loves the Road, for Gary Salisbury, who owned Fikes Trucking back in the day. And it's, I wish to God that he loved coming home the way he loves the road. That's the line. And there's pain in that, but there's also pleasure knowing that your person's out there doing something that they love. And by the way, sending a paycheck home.
Yeah, it's an important conversation that people don't have. I mean, it's often you have to, and I haven't thought about that in a long time. The idea that you have to literally sit down with people and say, both on a personal level and a professional level, this is where I'm going, or at least this is where I want to go. If you don't want to go there, you have to let me know right now, because often you can walk away from that with no hurt feelings. I had that conversation with somebody a couple of months ago. I asked him point blank if he wanted to do something with me, and he just kind of talked around things. And I said, just say you're not willing to do it. Just say it. And he goes, I just can't. And I went, we're good. I said, we really are. We're going to stay. I said, we're going to stay friends. We're going to have a great friendship. I said, what I don't want people to do is to sign up for the thing and then not be willing to do the thing. I get it. Yeah. I get so much of what you're talking about right now. Yeah.
And then the other thing, Jim, this just popped to mind, and then we'll move on, but is the idea of, I felt that, I'm going to be real honest, I felt that this weekend with friends, and I don't know if they felt it back or not, but like when I'm in something, I like talking about my work. And I see it with other people when like Seamus starts talking about what he does with people who do what he does, I don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't interest me, so I sort of check out. But there's a joy in it when you love something and you know about it a lot, and it's all you. That's with me. It's why I have a real hard time with small talk, or actually have a real hard time sometimes these days spending time with people who don't understand what I do, because it's like it's not like I could ever explain what I do for a living for somebody, both the music side of it and the radio side of it, for someone who doesn't do it. I love when people are interested and ask questions. But even when you start answering questions, you realize you lose them pretty quickly, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, I asked." I know that, and I feel, and I get it. It's nothing a fault to them, but it's then you really realize you have to surround yourself with like-minded people who get it, and then and then not have to talk about it at home. But as far as from a friend standpoint, I think it's important.
I do too, and it's about the speech is about gangsters, but it could be about the entertainment industry. In Godfather Part 2, the speech that Lee Strasberg as Hyman Roth gives about the assassination of Mo Green, that ends with the line, "This is the profession we have chosen," and that his best friend,
Gangsters.
his best friend gets killed, and he said, when I heard it, he said I made no inquiries. I knew my friend, talking loud, saying stupid things. He said, but there isn't a plaque built. There isn't a statue in his name. And he said, I said to myself, I won't do anything about this because this is the profession we have chosen. And I know a lot of our trucking friends out there say the same thing at their darkest moments. I chose this. This is where I'm at. And that's it.
I chose this. I accept this. No one knows that more than Marshall, who's given us a call. Marshall Platter on the phone now. What's going on, brother?
Well, a couple of things. I wanted to let Jimmy know that I drove through Baton Rouge a few weeks ago on my way to Bow Bridge, and they took down the big billboard finally. Had a big billboard downtown Baton Rouge with the woman who left the 6 kids at Tiger Stadium. Please return and pick them up. They beat the Tigers 14-zip, so she must have come and got her kids.
That's for Phone Master Dre's benefit. I'm sure he enjoyed every minute of hearing that, by the way.
Oh, yeah. It's an old joke.
Yeah.
But, I did have an interesting time in Bow Bridge once. Lindsay was talking the other day about people with unusual titles and stuff. I met a gentleman, became friends with him down there, and he gave me his business card, and all of my friends down there told me, if you're ever in trouble, any kind of trouble, I don't care if it's murder, call this guy. And his business card only said this, his name, and then past potentate of the shrine. So there's a potentate for you. I bet you don't hear that one.
I haven't heard that one in a while. Potentate. Not an impotentate, a potentate. Yeah.
Yep. And his card was very effective. I got in a little trouble there, and I made a phone call. And next thing I know, the desk officer was cutting up the arrest record and releasing us to go to our hotel. So it was very effective. He used to be the clerk of the parish there. And I never knew how much power the clerk has. He sets the salaries and takes care of who gets to hire new people, the judges, all that stuff. The clerk of a county or clerk of a parish, very powerful individual. So, but Lindsay,
yes, sir.
Do us truck drivers a favor and quit bragging about going to Buc-ee's.
I didn't go. The line was too long.
I know, but truck drivers hate Buc-ee's.
Because you can't, I know.
They won't let us in even bobtail. I know guys who it was fines, parked in their bobtail, and then when they got in the store, they rushed over to them and asked them, are you driving that truck over there? You have 10 minutes or 5 minutes to get off the property, and you can't buy anything. They virtually escort you off the property. So
that's why I didn't go, Marshall. That's the real reason I didn't go yesterday. It had nothing to do with the long line, but I did have my shirt on that said, and I'm just going to start wearing the shirt. I'm going to stand right out front of Buc-ee's that says, I'm not going inside until truck drivers can park here. That's gonna be my new party line. How's that?
There you go.
Okay. All right, I got you, brother.
Didn't post any pictures of Freya's fishes that she caught. You know, I watched all the videos and saw her casting, saw everybody having a blast on the boat, but I didn't see any pictures of the fish you said she caught.
Yeah, that's because she sucks at it. She sucks at it, Marshall. She's not good at all. She's terrible, and we let her know that, and we took the pole away from her. We told her, if you don't catch anything, you don't eat. So she's starving to this day.
I like it.
Yeah. I'll buy a new car from you, too.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, no, she did not catch anything, but she had a good time. Honestly, she just loved when we cheered when she did a great cast. And honestly, we were just cheering because nobody got a hook in their face, and that was all we were really going for. So it was a success in that regard.
Well, it looked like a good time. That's the
It
best
was.
part about it.
It was, brother.
And I haven't seen any comments on my video from you. You know, wearing the sombrero and all that. That looked like the kind of party you'd like to go.
That is my kind of party. I'll meet you there at the next one, brother. Thank you for the call. Cheers and margaritas to come.
All right, take care. Thanks.
You too, brother.
Thank you, Marshall.
All right, a couple more stories to get to, but first, Jim, coming up today at 11 o'clock, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, it's Trucking with OIDA, our good friends over at OIDA. Get down to what's getting good. Jim, what are they talking about today? We're revisiting one today.
Yeah, it's an encore presentation to talk with Brian Bossman Martin to discuss his career, the upcoming Guilty by Association truck show in Joplin, Missouri, and more. And by the way, if you don't know who Brian Bossman Martin is, you really need to check it out if you've missed this episode with Ashley and Scott. If you've ever thought about customizing your truck, you're likely aware of the Chrome Shop Mafia and Four-State Trucks. But if you're not, then you need to hear this one. If you've already heard it, it's still quite good. It's great content, by the way, from our friends with Trucking with OIDA with Scott and Ashley, coming up here promptly at 11 at the end of Road Gang Radio, and the country and Western music news continues.
And we roll on. So fans of the TV show Nashville, good news for them. Netflix is getting the band, and I use that word in air quotes, getting the band back together. I have so many comments about this show. I will go there in a moment. We'll circle back to it. But this month is a great one for old fans or maybe soon to be new fans of the 6-season series. I can't believe that went on for 6 series, actually. Netflix is adding all episodes of the TV show Nashville to its catalog this month, starting September 15th. It is a 124 episode count, but it's very easy to binge if you need something brainless to binge this season. You know, liking country music is a plus if you're going to watch this, but you do not have to love it to enjoy the series because, Jim, it's basically an inaccurate soap opera is what it is, basically. It stars Connie Britton and Hayden Panettiere, and it'll be added later this month. The reason you don't need to be a country music fan to enjoy Nashville, at its core, it's about country music, yes-ish, but it also kicks off with country star Raina James, who's Connie Britton, dealing with the fact that the music industry is losing interest in her, while elevating a new and much younger bubblegum country pop singer, Juliet Barnes, which is Hayden Panettiere. And from the starting point, the show did delve into deeper themes, Jim, like ageism, power dynamics, depression, fame, blah, blah, blah. Those are the things I did like they addressed. But for me, Jim, the depression really came watching that show because it was so inaccurate. Did you watch this show at all?
I did, and all I kept thinking when I watched it was spooky Disney voodoo Cajun land. And I bring that up because every time, now you understand that every time somebody does New Orleans as a television show, whether it's CSI, Treme gets it. Actually, Treme gets the neighborhood, right? I'm going to be fair to them. It wasn't my New Orleans, but it was in New Orleans. All I kept thinking of, I wonder if people in Nashville know how we feel down here when people say, come on down to the bayou and have some voodoo gumbo here in New Orleans. And people talk like that, and you go, that's not how anybody actually talks in New Orleans.
You big old dum-dum.
So I have empathy. I empathize, Lindsay.
And for me, it was when the show came out, I was singing at Tootsie's at the time. That was my full-time gig. And I went, there's an episode, Jim, of Nashville where I kid you not, somebody's singing in the back room at Tootsie's where I spent many a year performing. And in the TV show, some music manager walks in literally like with a contract and a bag of money is basically the feel of it. He walks in. He's singing in the back room. He goes up to the tall, skinny guy and is like, hey, kid, I saw you. I want to make you a star. Sign here. That's not how he said it, but, that's what it feels like. And I had so many people, including my parents, would call and be like, I mean, not really my parents. They got it. But other people back home would be like, well, you sing at Tootsie's. I watch Nashville. It looks like they're just walking around, giving around record deals out there. That is not what happens. That was one of the most frustrating pieces. And then, Jim, the other piece that scene stood out, and two others. There's a scene where they're at BMI, one of the writing houses here in Nashville, one of the performance rights organization. And this brand new writer in town walks in, and one of the guys from Rascal Flatts walks in. Actually, a guy from Rascal Flatts playing himself. He walks in and he sees the young guy and he's like, oh, hey, Smith, or whatever his name is. Hey, Morgan Wallen, I know you're new to town, but I know you're new to town and no one knows who you are, but I really want to get together and write with you. Want to meet me later today at like 1? Sure. Like that. Never in a billion years has that ever happened. That never happens. Never, ever, ever. And And then Connie Britton walking over the bridge of Nashville, and she goes, "Oh, I could really use a drink. Take me to Tootsie's." No star goes to Tootsie's for a relaxing cocktail. It baffles me, Jim, how, and I guess it comes down to the only way shows can work is that they have to over dramatize it, because if you saw what really happened every day, unless you were in the thick of it, it wouldn't be interesting.
I understand the thinking. I agree that that's the thinking. How about I put it that way? That you
Fair.
are right in what they are doing. They are wrong in how they're doing it, because I've seen plenty of interesting things about interesting places where it's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of what I expected.
Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm actually Dan and Grandy, by the way. Welcome back to the Continuing Resistance. Part of what it means to actually be resistors is every once in a while you're running by the skin of your teeth, and we have run by the skin of our teeth back onto the air. Gosh darn, internet providers always getting in the way of all the wonderful things you want to accomplish. Particularly among those is Trucking with OIDA. And we are going to do that replay of that wonderful interview with the Chrome Mafia coming up right here. It's the Boss Man. Dre, take it away.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
My dad ran a truck stop. My grandpa was a trucker. My uncle was a mechanic. My great uncle, obviously, ran a truck parts repair and sales. Like, I didn't care what I did as long as it was around trucks.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
And we just heard from Brian Martin, the boss man. He's
the boss man,
better known as. We're going to have him on in a few minutes.
4-State Trucks, Chrome Shop Mafia.
I would think he'd be a hard person not to know in the trucking world.
Trick My Truck, Guilty by Association Truck Show, which is coming up. In just a matter of weeks here, I guess, right?
End of September.
Yeah, September 25th for 3 days. So we're going to talk to him about a lot of things. We'll get him on the horn here in just a moment. I want to find out, you mentioned the boss man. I want to find out.
Where did that come from?
Where did that come from? I mean, he is the boss man, so it makes sense.
But where did it come from?
Where did it come from?
And how did it stick? Sometimes nicknames come up and then they don't. But this one, I think, has been around for a while.
And some nicknames stick that you don't want to stick.
Yeah.
But
we'll find out if this is one of those.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that he likes it because, I think he's
embraced it.
He's embraced it, yeah. So we'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about GBATs and his background and everything. Always a good person to talk to, always entertaining.
He's an interesting guy.
Busy week for us, Ashley. It's back to school week. You've got a few young ones, two of school age.
I've got a second grader. You guys over here in the States say second grade. I'm used to saying grade 2.
Grade 2.
So I'm getting out of that.
That's how they do it in Canada.
Me. That's how we do it in Canada.
Grade 2. What do you do when you're in high school? Is it still like grade 10, grade 11?
Grade 11.
So you don't do freshman,
no,
sophomore?
When I came over here, I was like, I didn't know what a sophomore was, a junior, I had no idea. I still probably couldn't quickly tell you, but if I thought about it, I mean, I know what a senior is and a freshman, and then it goes
sophomores next, and
sophomore,
junior, senior.
Yeah.
So
no,
you're gonna have to figure that. You got a little bit of time.
I got some
since
time.
You have a What do you say? A grade 2er? Is that what do you say? A second. You don't say second grader. Then you say a grade 2.
She's going in grade 2.
Going in grade 2.
I don't
it's
think
not
it's
a noun.
Grade 2er, but
yeah. Okay.
Maybe you'd say second grader, but no, I would say like she's going in grade 2.
She's going into grade 2.
And then I have a kindergartner. That's the same.
So the kindergarten is the same.
Kindergarten is the same.
So you have a kindergartner. Yeah, a lot of emotion. That's an emotional experience. I've done it twice. No tears shed in either of my experiences with both my kids. They're older now.
Did you shed tears though?
Internally, yes. Externally, no. Thankfully, both of my kids settled in pretty easily.
Well, that's good.
You see the parents. Those are the parents I worry about, and the kids that I worry about. Is you go in there and you can sense some kid they're not digging the situation, and then the tears start, and then then the parents start to get kind of I mean?
Yeah, just a mess.
Yeah,
I feel for the teachers.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. They're great. They know exactly what they're doing. So,
for sure.
Well, no tears maybe this week. Only happy tears. Hopefully,
yes, happy tears.
Brian Martin, I'm not sure he's caused anybody any sad
tears.
I was trying to make a clever transition there. Anyway, we talked about him here just a moment ago. Brian, the boss man, Martin, 4-State Trucks, Chrome Shop Mafia. GBATs is coming up very soon here. So we've got a lot to talk about. Let's go ahead and get Brian Martin on the phone right now and see what's going on. Brian, what are you up to today?
Oh, hey, we're just, trying to push these old truck parts out in a rough economy. Other than that, we're pretty much working on our truck show quite a good portion of every day. But there is so much to do.
What does that look like? Because I don't think there aren't too many people out there, who have put on a truck show before. What does that look like?
Oh, there are 300 details that nobody thinks about that all has to be done to make a good participant or attendee experience. And there's just a lot to it. Now, none of it's rocket science, but there's just a lot to it. So we try awful hard to make every upcoming show better than the previous one, and that's kind of a feat.
How many years have you been doing this?
This will be our 13th or 14th.
13th or 14th.
Show.
When you think back to that first show compared of what you knew then to what you know now, what's that look like?
Oh, the biggest thing between then and now is just the amazing, amazing desire that truckers have to come to Joplin in September. Like, we went from 30 trucks to almost 800. And I would have never thought 13 shows ago or 10 shows ago or 9 shows ago that we would have that kind of enthusiasm in coming to hang out at our place for a couple of days. But really just the way the drivers have gravitated to it, almost organically, is just very mind-blowing and rewarding.
Yeah, we talk about this from time to time, Ashley and I do, about truck shows. And, I think the cool thing about them is that each one is a little bit different. Obviously, they've got similar components and whatnot. Yours, I think,
it's more unique.
Stands out. Yeah, it really stands out from the rest because it's kind of like, I think I've heard it described as kind of like a block party, for the trucking community. Do you remember like going back, 10 or 12 or 14 shows ago, whatever the number was there? What was the origin? What's the origin story of the show? Like, what were those first conversations like when you were talking with whoever you were talking with about starting this thing? What was the idea?
Funny story is we didn't have an annual show, and really we were so busy doing things we do, we hadn't really devoted any thought to it. Well, that particular year, I can't even remember what year it was, but let's just say it was 2010. I don't know, 2008, 9, or 10, and we were doing a bunch of work for Castrol Motor Oil. Well, of course, Castrol sponsors John Force and all the top fuel funny car racing teams. And they called and said, hey, on this certain Thursday, and I think it was October back then, we're going to be coming right through Joplin, and we would set up all day at your store if you wanted to have a few customers come in and kind of do a customer appreciation day. So we sent out, I think, 33 invites to some guys that we had built their trucks and, that could make it. And every one of them showed up. Well, John Force rolled in with like 9 tractor trailers, unloaded race cars, unloaded a merch tent or a merch booth. And, man, we just had the biggest day, even though it was weird. It was on a Thursday, because they race on weekends.
Yeah.
And we had the bug after that. We're like, oh, my gosh, we're doing this next year. And then that's how GBATS was formed. And we started out as a customer appreciation day on a Thursday. Then I think the second one might have been a customer appreciation Saturday. I can't remember if it was a Friday and Saturday or just a Saturday.
Yeah.
And then that constant, contest with yourself. Like, I want the next GBATS to be bigger, badder, more fun, and have more trucks than the last one. And that's been the fuel that keeps driving us year after year. But that's how it started.
Where the name come from? The Guilty by Association Truck Show. Was that the name of it from the very beginning?
It was after that Castrol John Force open house. But with us, obviously being 4-state trucks, that's kind of the business side, the revenue side of our business. And then the Chrome Shop Mafia, that's sort of our community. I mean, that's a little bit our shop. That's many, many customers that we have worked extensively or in some cases even built their trucks over the last 15 years. And, we got, T-shirts and hats and license plates. So the Chrome Shop Mafia was kind of like our fun community side. And we always tried to put kind of a fun mafia twist on certain things that are outside the scope of just selling parts. Well, it's a customer appreciation weekend, so we put that, hey, if you're here, dude, you're guilty by association. You're part of the Chrome Shop Mafia. And that's kind of the underlying theme of how it came about with the name. And then if you remember, you got Mats. We used to have GATS with Dallas, and then we had the GBATS, which was also kind of a fun driver on the side. So we had the acronym so we could fit in with all the big-time shows.
That worked out well, for sure.
Yeah.
looking at, Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks, take me back to the very beginning. When did that start and how did it start?
Well, Chrome Shop Mafia was probably 2004, 5. We were getting pretty well known at that time for having a custom shop that could do things from really, really wild to mild and everything in between. And we had got in a habit of every winter we would build what we thought was a top-end show truck, and then we'd launch it down at Louisville at Kentucky, and we'd show it all through the spring, summer, and fall, and we would sell it. We'd take that money and do the same thing the following winter. So we were building a high-end show truck every year and debuting it on the show circuit, as well as our shop at that time was building a lot of trucks for people from all over the country. And we were just doing it all as 4-State Trucks. And we thought, well, car clubs have names and motorcycle clubs have names. We need to think of a name for our truck shop, our truck gang. And actually, a customer was in our paint booth. We were working all weekend to get one painted, and he was just kind of hanging out with us. And he said, "Man, you ought to call it the Chrome Shop Mafia." And there was 3 or 4 of us there, masking this truck off, and we all looked at each other and like, dude,
that
rocks.
Yeah.
So we did Chrome Shop Mafia, and then Monday I got a hold of our marketing company, which was in Joplin at that time, and I said, we need a logo. And they in just no time, like 24 hours, they had the Tommy gun logo and said, "What do you think about this?" And we're like, "Done. Let's rock and roll." And that's how the name, the logo, all came about. And then we've obviously used it since that time. And a lot of people think that Chrome Shop Mafia was a result of the Trick My Truck TV show. Chrome Shop Mafia was a few years, 2 or 3 years before Trick My Truck, and then they promoted it during the filming of Trick My Truck. They promoted the Chrome Shop Mafia, which was a great thing. I mean, it was excellent marketing that we could have never afforded as 4-State Trucks. So it really worked out well.
You brought up obviously Mafia is part of the name. Are you like a fan of like the Mafia, the mob movies? Like where does that kind of, personality or that identity kind of come from?
Oh, I think everybody, some of them are pretty rough, but that was kind of the whole gangster, Al Capone, Scarface. I mean, that's kind of the appeal of it. And we just thought it was cool. I love any shoot 'em up action adventure as much as the next guy and a lot of gals, but we really just picked that. Not that we were like mega passionate, but, it just seemed to fit. Everything seemed to fit. We did a series of trucks back in like 2007, and we called them the Pit Boss, the Hitman, so it just seemed like the Mafia motif really, really was fun, and we embraced it and got a lot of mileage out of it and still do today.
Ashley was asking you kind of about, the origin story of 4-State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. We have to go back, I guess, a little bit further, right? Because this is kind of a family business for you, right? I think is it your father and your great uncle are kind of the ones that started this, right?
It all started back in '79, just as it's a funny story. It actually started as we were an international dealer, which is now Navistar. And they did that, I think, through '84. The economy was horrible. I mean, it's kind of before our time. I mean, I vaguely remember it. I was a teenager. But, I mean, it was bad. It was way worse than 08, 09, 2008, 2009. And they said, hey, we're just, nobody's going to buy a new International at 14 and 15% interest. So they gave the franchise back, and they just started selling used trucks and doing truck repair, like mechanical truck repair. And so I go to diesel school in 85, 86. I come back, go to work for my uncle at 4-State Trucks. And we're doing just, brakes and air conditioning work and wheel seals and clutches and stuff like that. And we go a few years. My uncle's in his 70s. He's my great uncle. And he retires. And here I am at 20-something. And I'm kind of like the junior manager of this. At that time, it was probably 8 or 9 employees. We had a parts man, we had a delivery guy, a secretary, and 3 or 4 mechanics. And I was the truck salesman back then. And we kind of ran with that. We added the salvage. We started buying and selling salvage trucks and salvage parts. Did that for a lot of years. And then in about 93, we really embraced chrome and accessories because there was really chrome shops weren't as popular and frequent back then. So we started carrying some bumpers, some sun visors, a few cabin sleeper panels, and some lights. And man, it just exploded. So we really built a name for ourselves all through the 90s as being the go-to for chrome and accessories and installation. Then we added the customizing and painting aspect to it. And a lot of years go by. We do the Trick My Truck thing. And at that time, my brother and I decided, hey, we really got to get focused. Like, we're trying to do everything. So with much discussion and a lot of heartfelt pondering, we decided to close down the salvage yard, and we would just sell new parts and accessories. We would install new parts, and that's kind of what we would do. And we focused on a website and a call center and things like that, and kind of turned the corner into maybe modernizing our business to meet the shopping habits and needs of trucking, all through the late 90s and 2000s. And today, we got our store, our website, call center, installation, and it's a big undertaking. Now, I tell people I don't run 4-state trucks; it runs me because there's 150, 160 people. We're running trucks and routes, delivering parts all over the Midwest, and we've got other stores in other towns, and it's really fun to see how it's grown over the years and to see all that it is today compared to like 1993 when we went to GATS for the first time, and got into the whole customizing scene.
Well, that's the thing, too, that I find interesting, and you can speak to this much better than I can, but it does feel like the 90s were kind of a turning point when we're talking about, customization. Obviously, I know people were doing stuff with their trucks before that, but, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it does seem like the 90s is when we started seeing kind of a shift, right, for a lot of folks out there who were thinking, this is my second home, essentially. I can do some really cool stuff with it. And they started exploring that. Was that kind of the turning point? And if so, you kind of hit it at the right time, right?
Man, truer words have never been spoken. All through the 80s and 90s, really, if you had an 18-inch bumper, a stainless drop visor, a set of 6-inch stacks, and you had lights under your cabin sleeper, you were way custom, dude. Like, you were standing out in the crowd. Well, then people got on the bandwagon and they started getting creative and designing new parts and new accessories and wild paint jobs. And it evolved there for 20 years to where if you had a truck in 2000, let's say, and you went to Louisville and you won first, second, or third place in your class, today, if you took that same truck there, people would walk right past it and say, "Where's the truck show? Where's the show trucks?"
Yeah.
It has been elevated, and the creativity and the technology and the skill and the precision and custom show trucks and even everyday work trucks that are nice, just work class show trucks, which is really the bulk of our audience.
Yeah.
The bar has just gotten so high that it's really fun to see what is the norm now would have been show winning in the 2000s. What is just a truck that wheels into our parking lot 10 times a day. That was a show winner in 98 or 2000 or 2003. And it has come a long ways to where it's a bona fide industry now.
Yeah.
Nice working show trucks and even, somewhat professional show trucks. I mean, there's a whole segment of the industry that is what they do.
What do you attribute that to? Is it just kind of it started catching on with the culture? I mean, what kind of drove that, I guess, is the question. You can give yourself a pat on the back. Maybe, maybe I think you were probably a part of that, right?
Well, there was a bunch of us out there that were doing stuff that hadn't been seen before. We did the Outlaw truck, which was really like the absence of chrome. And, we had real bullet holes and black stacks. Like, that was wild. People didn't know how to take it. And a lot of people at that time did not like it. But there was enough people that just thought, man, I can't believe they did that. That is so cool that spread. And there was people all over the country. It certainly wasn't Four State Trucks or the Chrome Shop Mafia, leading the pack on our own. There was 15 guys from coast to coast, top to bottom, doing innovative, cool stuff. That's when lowering trucks, more paint, less chrome, long and low was the motif. And there was just a lot of trends that evolved over that 15, 20-year time span. LED technology, affordability. And then there's a passion, I think, in trucking that doesn't exist in other industries. So the snowball started rolling and built momentum a lot faster in trucking, I think, just because of the brotherhood, the passion, the desire to have your equipment stand out in the crowd against your competitor. If you're a trucking fleet or a truck owner, you want your rig to stand out next to everybody else's. And it pushed the envelope a lot harder, a lot faster, and to a higher level than if we were in the, I don't even know, the Jeep industry or the boat industry. It's just, there's so much passion, and you guys see it. Trucking's generational. Not a lot of people say, hey, well, my dad was a carpenter and my grandpa was a plumber and I'm a trucker. It's usually my grandpa was a trucker, my dad was a trucker, and I'm an owner-operator. I mean, you see a tremendous amount of generational families that are involved in trucking in some way. Maybe they're not owner-operators, but, hey, my dad was a mechanic, my grandpa was a company driver, and now I'm an owner-operator. There's a lot of carryover generation to generation in trucking, and that adds to how passionate everybody is. It's like what we do.
Yeah.
My dad did it. Yeah. My family has a deep roots in trucking, and that's what I do.
No doubt. Yeah.
We're talking to Brian Martin from Four State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, in talking about customization, I mean, you have seen thousands of trucks over the years. Is there one that stands out as being like a favorite?
It's like picking your own child,
I know, it's like
maybe.
picking your favorite child.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, there is so many. It seems like about every other year when you go to Louisville, that's like the first big fling of the year, every spring in March at Louisville. And about every other year you go down there, and I can say this for the last 28 years, about every other year you go down there and see something that just blows your mind. And like even us and even other customizers, you go down there and see something like, man, what a brilliant idea. Like, I can't believe we didn't think about that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, there's just tons of them over the career thus far. But for us, I'll kind of limit it to our little house here. The outlaw truck that we did back in 2005 or 6, when chrome, stainless, lots of lights was what it took to win. And then we did a primered gray, black stacks. All of our chrome or aluminum was like brushed. Like we actually brushed it with steel wool to like knock the shine off of it. The absence of lights. I mean, we had minimal lights, just enough to be legal. And then we shot bullet holes in it. We had a minimalistic interior. It was like black. It was cloth, but it was black and tweed. So it was not luxurious, which was certainly the trend back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was more bare bones, kind of like, kind of like a Street Fighter, whiskey runner, moonshine runner motif. That was a game changer for us. It made every magazine, got primetime parking, not at our request, but at the show coordinator's request about everywhere we went that year. And me and CB Grimes, we pretty much toured with it. He worked at Chrome Shop Mafia, Four State Trucks for a lot of years until he moved on to a whole new career. But him and I toured with that truck, and it was just an absolute game changer. And I don't know, I kind of lean towards the absence of chrome and accessories. The next one we did that was really memorable is I bought a 359, and I kind of went with a rat rod motif, which the rat rod craze was just taking the car shows by storm. But at that time, and I can't remember what year it was probably 2010 maybe, you didn't see a lot of them in the truck show segment, and we did kind of a.
Welcome back to Trucking with OYDA. We are still talking with Brian, the boss man Martin of 4 State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, I want to follow up on something you were talking about there with that outlaw truck. You talked about putting bullet holes in it. I'm sure you remember what that was like and kind of what led up to it. I guess it's like kind of like talking about your favorite kids. I can't imagine putting bullet holes in that was necessarily an easy kind of feeling. Do you remember thinking, about that situation and maybe we shouldn't do this? What was that whole process like?
I'll never forget about that because when you think about it, you can't shoot the truck fully assembled. You're going to tear up way more
okay.
than you're going to add this little tiny cool factor that's about 3/4 of an inch around. So we took off the hood skin, the door skin, the sleeper skin, the fuel tank, and I took them actually home to our farm, and I set them up against a bluff. And I remember, the gun that was handy was one of those Chinese 7.62 Army rifles that, in the 90s, every gun store was selling them for like $179. Everybody I knew had 3 of them. So all of those holes were shot by me on our farm with a Chinese 7.62 rifle. I brought them back in. We riveted them on the hood, changed the door skin, put them on the sleeper, and then on the fuel tank, we actually cut the end out of the fuel tank, and we went in there and we put like a pocket on the hole on the outside, the exposed side of the fuel tank so it wouldn't leak fuel. And then we put a patch where it went all the way through the backside. And then we welded the end back in the tank so that the holes were real on all of these. You could stick your finger in them. They definitely were not a sticker. But actually I could pull the fuel cap and it's full of fuel. Mm-hmm. And then they'd stick their finger in the bullet hole in the fuel tank and no way. But there was a lot of thought. Yeah, exactly. Like you can't just pull your Peterbilt out here, next to a junkyard and just shoot holes through it. Yeah. It's gonna tear up a mountain of stuff. Yeah. Do not try this.
Please don't do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So anyhow.
You mentioned a couple times the Trick My Truck show. Can you tell me about that and how that all came about?
Yeah, we were showing trucks, like I said. We'd build one in the winter. We'd take it across the country to maybe about 10 shows, 7, 8 shows some years, and we'd show it off. And I was at a show in Reno, Nevada, at the Petro, and they held it in conjunction with the big car show in Reno. And we were out at the truck stop, which is where the truck show was held, and I was visiting with my friend Rod Pickett. He came from Washington State. He had his show truck there. We had ours. And we were at this show, and the rumor goes that the Trick My Truck producers were looking for someone to do Trick My Truck. It was just a concept at that time. They'd never filmed it. And they'd went up and down the California coast looking at largely dealerships and this ain't what we're looking for. And they saw an ad in a magazine, probably 10-4, and they said, hey, there's a truck show in Reno. Let's drive over there, and we'll ask some guys, to recommend some custom truck builders. So they came to the show, and about the third person they went to, they said, hey, if you wanted to get a custom truck built, where would you take it? And that driver said, hey, you ought to go talk to those 2 guys right there. And it was me and Rod Pickett standing in front of his truck, or maybe it was a customer's truck, I'm not even sure. And these guys from Country Music Television walk up, and they said, hey, we're from television, and we want to do a show about custom trucks. Would you guys be interested? And we roll our eyes and yeah, sure,
yeah,
whatever, move along. They said, no, listen, we're serious. Come inside the Iron Skillet, come inside the Petro here in an hour, and we want to give you our sales pitch. So we did that, and we listened to them, and we said, well, yeah, it seems like you're legit. Let's give it a try. So we left that show, and in 48 hours, they almost beat me back to Joplin. They were here and did a little B-roll, they filmed myself, our building, some of our crew. That's where they found Scrapyard. They found Scrapyard during that film. They flew directly to Marysville, Washington, and they filmed Rod and Kevin Pickett and some B-roll. And then they showed that to the higher-ups at CMT. weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks go by. We don't hear anything. And so we figured, well, that was a pipe dream. And then they call and like, hey, CMT likes it. They want to do a pilot episode. So we do a pilot episode, and they edit that, and they send it to CMT. Same way. Like 3 or 4 months goes by, we don't hear anything, and we think, well, they didn't like it.
Yeah.
Then you get that phone call like, hey, they love it. They want to do 7 more episodes, and that's literally how it started. We were not looking for them. They had never heard about us, but we were at a show where they spontaneously came to find a custom truck builder, and it just kind of started organically in that way. And then we did 4 seasons, 41 episodes before we opted to quit at the end of season 4. And then I think they did a season 5 and a season 6 with some other builders.
That had to be huge for your business.
It was great because at that time, nobody in trucking, and maybe still to this day, is advertising on mainstream national TV. Right. I mean, our industry just doesn't do that level of advertising. Well, we were a Friday night, 8 p.m. primetime television show for a lot of seasons, and it was great for all the staff that was featured on the show, and it was really great for Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks because we put our brand out there, religiously. I mean, that was a requirement. If Brian Martin's going to be involved, I want to grow our business. That's why I'm working. And they did that, and it worked out great. The other thing it did, which is far more impactful, it brought Class 8 big rig trucks back to prime time, and you got men, women, boys, and girls all gathered around the TV watching this show about trucks and trucking, and it kind of put us back in the spotlight again because you got to go back to B.J. McKay.
Yeah.
70s. BJ and the Bear.
Yeah.
And then, there's this long 10, 12-year dry spell. And then here comes Trick My Truck, which was awesome. And then here comes, I think there was American Trucker, Ice Road Truckers, Wrecked. It kind of started that whole hunger by the American TV viewer of all walks of life. They're kind of interested in big rigs again because we were out. Like we actually had a negative connotation probably by most of the country. And this,
really?
in
Why is
the
that?
trucking, I don't know. It just seemed like truckers and trucking and truck stops were not, I don't know. We just weren't favored by mainstream America.
Yeah.
But once they see the hardships of the road and spending weeks away from family and breakdowns and the cost of equipment and hauling freight and loading and unloading, it kind of brought an awareness back to most of America. Like, man, this is a tough job. These guys sacrifice. Like, it's not just, all glimmer and glam in a nice show truck. Like, they don't see their family for 7-8 days at a time. They get hung out at a load and it wasn't there when they got there. They go to the shop broke down and it cost them $7,000 or $8,000 to get out of the shop. That wasn't expected. It just kind of made them aware and intrigued on what a trucker goes through. And I think that, to me, that was one of the cool things. It put trucking back in prime time and kind of re-whet everybody's appetite. Like, I want to watch a trucking show, and learn more about it. So that was really cool, too.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. How's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And we're still speaking with Brian Bossman Martin of 4-State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, I mentioned just there your nickname. How did it come about? I think I have an idea of how it came about, but how did you become the boss man?
Now, this is funny. Now, I have to give this to Trick My Truck. So everybody just called me Brian, pre-Trick My Truck. And when they did the pilot episode, they said Brian Martin as the Don, D-O-N, like
Mafia.
like
Yeah.
Godfather
Yeah.
1,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Godfather 1.
Right.
And I was like, man, like that's obscure, like that's finite, man. And so I just said, you got to do something different.
Yeah.
And they came up with the Boss Man, and it completely stuck. Like half of my family calls me Boss Man now.
Yeah.
Like my nieces and nephews and some of my kinfolk call me that. Almost every customer, and I don't know. I answer to it now without even thinking about it. But that actually was an attribute of Trick My Truck. So there you go.
Do you
That's
like
how
it?
that happened.
Do you like the nickname? You like it better
I don't
than
even
the Dawn,
think about
I guess.
it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, way better than the Dawn. But it just sticks, and I guess it's fitting. It works for me, and I've got no qualms with it. I'll say that.
You we'll continue to call you the Boss Man then.
Okay.
Yeah, that works, right? You were talking a while ago, just a little bit ago, about trucking being a generational thing. And obviously you grew up in a family that had the background there. Do you remember growing up, was it something that always appealed to you? Do you remember a specific moment where you thought, man, this trucking thing's pretty cool. I'm interested in kind of continuing on with it. What were those early memories like, and when did it kind of hit you like, hey, I think this is my thing?
The story I will tell you, you could probably apply to 70% of owner-operators today when they were kids. Like it's as far back as I can remember, really remember details. So let's say 7 or 8. All I wanted to do was be around the trucks. My dad ran a truck stop. My grandpa was a trucker. My uncle was a mechanic. My great uncle, obviously, ran a truck parts repair and sales. Like I didn't care what I did, as long as it was around trucks. I always in my heart wanted to be a driver. And for years and years, a decade, I hauled all of our salvage. When we bought a wrecked truck, whether it was in Texas or Nebraska or Iowa or wherever, I would go out and get it, winch it on the trailer, and bring it to Joplin. So I kind of got that fix during my career, and I still do some driving today on the farm and a little bit. Not as much as I would like to because of the demands of 4-state, but I still thoroughly enjoy driving. But I really didn't care what I did as long as I was around trucks. And I kind of gravitated as I grew up helping my dad's crew change oil, change tires. Your weekends are all spent servicing trucks so they can go back to work on Monday.
Yeah.
I kind of landed on the mechanic side, and I really enjoyed that. I don't mind mechanicking. I really like all the frame and chassis work, more so than like deep inner engine, deep transmission, and all that. I really kind of just like the chassis, suspension, stretching frames, and all that kind of thing. But, I didn't care if I was a truck owner, a mechanic, or a driver. I just wanted to be around them. And, I'm very blessed to where I got to do a little bit of all of that and stay close to the trucking industry and actually influence a few things over my 30-some-year career, which has been super cool. But I'm just all things truck, and I really didn't care what it was. I wanted to be a part of it. And I think most guys I talked to, they grew the same. They were riding with their dad or riding with their uncle, and they were shifting gears and holding the steering wheel at 12 and 13 years old. And we all could kind of share the same story. And then you just want to be around them and around people that are truckers. And it just, I don't know how to explain it. When you get the bug, it's just that's what it's going to be.
There was never
not a lot of people I know, trucked for 7 years and then decided to be a, bricklayer.
Yeah.
Once you get it, you kind of stick with it to the end. It seems like, I'm going to say that's probably 85-90% of the people I ran across.
Yeah, I think you're right. When we first called you up, Ryan, you were talking about how busy you were planning for GBATs. I feel like every time we talk to you, I don't know if you're the busiest man, in America. I think you're probably one of the busiest people, but you're doing what you love, right? You're working, and it really is the thing that you love doing, which really, as you said, is a blessing. But how busy are you? You're pretty much like sun up to sundown, right? Or even beyond that, I guess.
my brother and I, Bryce, which we run 4-state, and we definitely start in the dark. Like we're 5 to 6 a.m. guys every morning, and then we work till the job is done, and then I do a lot of work at home, like kind of in the recliner as I'm watching TV, like getting ready for the next day or week.
Yeah.
He actually comes in super early and does his, but we're totally driven by, we want one more customer, one more satisfied customer tomorrow than we had today. We want to touch more people, next month with our business than we did last month. And, we want to grow. We're not a status quo people like, hey, this is what we do. We're content. We're just going to do this until we ride off in the sunset. We want to grow our staff. We want to grow our stores. We want to grow our products and services where it makes sense. We have been guilty in the years past of trying to do too many things, and we weren't doing enough things well. We did finally grow up and learn that lesson to where we're kind of staying in our lane as best we can. But I think we're driven by ourselves to do better tomorrow than yesterday, and we constantly want to grow and build a better, faster, leaner, meaner machine. It's just an internal drive that a lot of people have. Hey, a lot of people don't, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
The guy that wants to work 45 hours and go home and not worry about it on weekends, kudos, man. I envy that guy some days.
I was going to say, that's not really an option for you, is it? Your brain doesn't work like that. Yeah.
But it's what we chose, and hey, it has been rewarding. We're the ones signing the checks, and we have a lot of great things that we enjoy because of that. But it does take a lot of hours and a lot of commitment. But that's true to a lot of people, and small business to large business across the board. But it's what we signed up for, and it has been good to us. I mean, 4-state Trucks has really, really grown over the 25, 35, 40 years of its existence to levels we never thought possible. So, my dad would probably not believe it if he was here today. My granddad certainly would have no concept of what it's grown into. But, like I said earlier, we don't really run 4-state. It runs us, and there's a lot of truth to that, but we've got enough experience now to where we kind of deal with it and navigate through it and power on through to the next work day.
What's, would you say, the best part of your job, your absolute favorite thing is to do?
Oh, I really enjoy Louisville and GBATs, and I don't do as much truck show traveling as I used to, but I do like going out to the shows, especially the grassroots show, the fairground shows, kind of like GBATs, maybe more so than Kentucky, and really just conversating with people. I really enjoy that. I think through the early decades of my career, I was so focused that I never truly took time to listen. And a lot of people probably picked up on that. I was listening, but I was thinking about what I needed to be doing. And I have a bad habit of that. I've kind of got to the age now where I've outgrown that, and I can focus and really, foster friendships and compare notes and spitball ideas and tell old stories and not be as hurried as I used to. I'm getting to where I enjoy that more and more, is just the conversational, relational side of things more than maybe the pure business and sales side of it. So I don't know, those atmospheres where it's conducive to slowing down and conversating, I really do enjoy that. And now we're not as trend-setting as we used to be, just because we sell parts now. We don't solely focus on customizing trucks. I love seeing what other builders and the next genre of customizers is doing, because it is crazy impressive. I mean, just the level of detail, the level of skill, the level of tech. Now electronics and engineering and geometry is coming into some of these upgrades and these custom trucks that they're building. I really like to see that from a spectator side, more than a fabricator's side, and it's kind of rewarding to see that, because they've surpassed what we did back in the day.
I don't know.
I enjoy that a lot too.
Yeah. Well, again, that's got to be gratifying too, and fun to see all of these new things that are popping up too. Hey, Brian, you talked about GBATs. We talked about it a little bit, and you've been very generous with your time here. Just want to make sure we do our due diligence on this. So it runs for 3 days starting September 25th. You are busy getting ready for the show. Can you just kind of give us an idea of what we can expect this year? Is there anything new? What are you looking forward to?
Well, in 2023, because we have our show every other year. I don't know if you realize that. After the 10th annual, we've kind of moved to an every other year because it's such an undertaking. It's a county fair. It's not much short of a small county fair. So we park trucks all day Wednesday, register and park trucks. We park trucks all day Thursday, and then we cut off truck registration for those that want to enter Friday at noon. Now, it's a no-cost show. There's no cost to enter your truck, and you're going to get a goodie bag, a commemorative plaque, meal tickets, VIP seating at all the events. It's really a customer appreciation event. Whether you're a current customer or you've never been here and you want to be a customer someday, come up here and spend the weekend with us, and we're going to try our best to win you over in a weekend. But Thursday night, we're going to have the demo derby. It's a lot of fun. And that's Thursday night. Friday, we're going to have stuff going on all day long. And the great thing about GBATs and what my mission was from day one, there's a lot of great shows out there, and especially back in the day, that have things that truck owners like to do. There was virtually nothing, and I mean nothing, for the wife, the nephew, the kids, the granddad to do. So we have stuff going on all day long, big rig burnouts, all kinds of booths and exhibits and showings and things all day long on Friday and Saturday. So there's stuff for the whole family. And then you get to Friday night, we're going to have a motocross stunt show where they're doing the mile-high full flips, everything like that. We got a quad, a four-wheeler this year, and there's not many people in the world that can do full 360-degree flips midair on a quad. So I'm really excited to see that. That'll be new for this year. Then we have the pro pulling team here. We're going to have pickups, tractors, and semis, a big truck and tractor pull on Friday night. We're going to cap that off with fireworks that would rival some city 4th of July fireworks. You get into Saturday, big rig burnouts, food trucks, all kinds of stuff going on for the kids that day. Then you get into really the entity that really gave GBATs a purpose many years ago. We signed up with Special Olympics to where they can host their world's largest convoy for Joplin, Missouri. That event is held in conjunction with GBATs. I mean, what a perfect mesh. You got 600 or 700, 800 trucks here, and it's a fundraiser for Special Olympics. So really proud at the way our truckers come out and support both financially and in participation in the world's largest convoy for Special Olympics. We have been many years, not every year, but either the record-holding number of trucks for Special Olympics, and several years we've got the largest donation revenue-wise for the Special Olympics convoy. Yeah. So we'll see what this year holds. But we'll get into our awards ceremony, then we'll do our Special Olympics convoy where usually about 400, 500 trucks will leave this exit, and we'll all journey through town with people lining the sidewalk, watching the trucks go by. And we'll park downtown 4 wide. We take over a big 5-lane street, and we'll park all the convoy trucks down there. We'll have our Truckers Light Show. And then we'll have big-time music entertainment. We've got Chad Cook Band from Houston opening up for Colin Ray. I mean, all of his songs from the 90s. And then we'll wrap up the show Saturday night, kind of in downtown Joplin under the street lights with 2 city parks either side of that 5-lane street. And then, it's over till 2027.
I was going to say,
once we get Colin Ray off the stage, boys, that's it until 2 years from now.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of the best truck shows around, if not the best. I will be down there, so I look forward to everything you just kind of laid out there. But
another quick, cool aspect is, we teamed up with OOIDA out of Grain Valley many years ago, they came to us and they said, hey, we're having a show in Kansas City, and you're having a show in Joplin. Let's just team up.
Mm-hmm.
And it has been so much fun. They have brought so much to the show that otherwise we couldn't have done or wouldn't have thought of. So having Special Olympics as a charity and then having OOIDA as a great partner for a lot of years running has really been a cool thing to have a Guilty by Association truck show.
Absolutely. Hey, Brian, you've been so generous with your time. We know you're super busy leading up to the show. Looking forward to it starting September 25th. And if people want more information, they can go to your website, which is?
Go to chromeshopmafia.com. Just click on the truck show there, and it has the FAQ. It has everything you would ever need to know or want to know about GBATs. So chromeshopmafia.com, or you can get the 4-State Trucks app on the App Store and just click on Truck Show. They both go to the same place, but there is a ton of good information on there that'll save you from wondering what's coming up.
There it is. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. Really enjoyed talking with you.
My pleasure. It was fun, y'all. Call me anytime.
What a great guy to talk to.
Love it. Yes. We found
Super
out why
interesting.
he's called the Boss Man, too.
Yeah, now we know.
Not the Don.
And he likes it.
He likes it better than the Dawn, that's for
Yes.
sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As I said, I'll be down there in about a month or so in Joplin, Missouri. 4 GBATs, 3 days starting September 25th. You have been?
I have been. It's a fun show. Like, it's so fun.
Yeah, I've been before. It's been 4 years, though, since I've been. So I'm looking forward to all the new fun stuff. It's always a great crowd.
I don't know if he described it or you described it like a block party. It really is. Like, everybody's sitting around. It's such a good time for conversation.
People have been friends
and there's
for
a ton of stuff going on.
years and
It's crazy,
decades. So there it is, September 25th, GBATs. We're back later this week with another program. We'll see you then right here on Trucking with OOIDA. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.